Welcome to Surrey Park Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. What a massive contest we have ahead of ourselves this afternoon. It is first versus second. Donvale taking on Surrey Park for the second time this season. Just 5 points separated them earlier in the year in round two. Donvale coming into this contest on a 27-game winning streak, and Surrey Park as well haven't lost a game since that round two contest against Donvale, so I'm sure we're set for a massive afternoon ahead. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local football, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Josh Ward, Wayne Brasher, John O'Ven. Josh, I'll start with you. It's always a pleasure to come out here for you. You're here every week, as you just said before. Training sessions, you're the club's biggest fan, the number one ticket holder.
Oh.
I'm sure you're looking forward to calling this one.
Yeah, looking forward to this game. It's nice for me in particular because, unlike you guys, it's a 5 to 10 minute walk for me. I hate to gloat, but it's a lot better than having to travel sometimes out to Coldstream or to places like that. But no, I'm looking forward to seeing both sides. Two of my favourite sides over the past couple of years who have grown to admire.
Yeah, it took me 25 minutes to get here, and I couldn't find a parking spot. But I love coming here. The club is very good to us every time we're out here, and it's great to see both sides who are in terrific form. Wayne Brasher, of course, great to have you on a pre-game back inside this week. It's a really massive clash this afternoon where I think you'll have strong opinions on this when we talk about it, on a big chance for Donvale to finally drop again.
Well, it's funny, Ryan, because you and I we chewed the fat about this for about an hour throughout the week, and we threw around so many scenarios, but we still both came to the conclusion that there's a possibility that Donvale could lose their first game today.
Yes, absolutely.
So, we'll obviously get into that as pre-match goes along, but I've been looking forward to this contest because I think that these two sides have embraced the last two seasons. These two clubs have really taken everything in front of them, and they're really taking all before them.
Certainly right. And John O'Ven also joining us this afternoon. Your first look at both sides today.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking very much forward to it. Obviously, two great teams in Division 3. There's a lot of intrigue about it. I think only 5 points separated these two sides last time they met, and it's set to be a fantastic matchup and such a great day for footy as well.
Certainly right, and joining us here in the pre-game show, James Kenworthy, the senior coach, is actually out on the field right now playing
and he's
in the reserves. He's got the footy as we speak.
I think
so joining us,
a goal as well.
He did
early on in the piece.
He certainly did. And joining us is the assistant coach of the Surrey Park Football Club, assistant playing coach, and Kane Henden. Kane, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day for the club, and hopefully a big crowd, and we can put on a show.
Certainly right. Past Players Day for Surrey Park, and for yourself, unfortunately, you're not out there on the park. What's the go at the moment, and when can we see you next?
Yeah, so started off the year, got through first 7 games, and then unfortunately, I didn't even know actually. After the game, I pulled up a bit sore after Fair Park, and turned out I'd torn my meniscus, but had surgery on that. They just cut it out in the end, and I'll be back in 3 weeks. So.
Oh, good. But your form in the first 5 or 6 rounds was really top class. You had 40 touches a couple of times. You're finding plenty of the football. But being back out on the field, obviously, as assistant coach last year, how much have you enjoyed getting a chance to play again and play in a side that is performing exceptionally well?
Oh, it's fantastic. Like, to come back to Surrey, this is my home club, and the boys are just really taking on the opportunity to climb the ranks. And we said after last year winning the premiership that we just got to get better in all capacities of the game. So training, off-field as people as well. Just got to get that 20% better in all facets of the game. So I think we've embraced that, and you can see really for the young fellas, they've matured. From wanting to go out to on a Saturday night, we're spending our Saturday nights in the sauna in Collingwood and doing the recovery and just everything right. Little things like that just make you better players, better people, and it's great.
Kane, it's always great to be chatting with you. And just touching on the young players, there's certainly a lot in this lineup, which must be refreshing to be playing alongside. Obviously, some experienced players, but the younger players as well.
Oh, exactly. We always say you can't get better without games experience. So unless you're actually out there playing, you're not going to get better under those pressure situations. So I think that's what the boys have really embraced, those 19. So you've given them 1, 2, 3 games in a row, which has been great. So they need that opportunity, and the game's experience will only be better for them. We've got Patrick Warboys, Angus Sutherland, who's now a permanent fixture for us. Lockie Bacon's younger brother, Mitch Bacon, had a go. So we've played, I think, 5 or 6. We've got Joey Rogers, who's debuting today, which will be really exciting. He's a workhorse, a tough player, just runs all day, wins the time trials, smashes all the boys in the time trials, and just works hard. So really excited to see what he can produce.
Well, you got to love it when you just provided the answer to my question, obviously, on Joe Rogers. A fantastic achievement, no doubt, to be playing a senior game. And we spoke to James about the incredible depth of the 19s and indeed the reserves. From a coaching point of view, who are you expecting perhaps to join those senior ranks in the coming weeks leading up to the latter part of the season?
Yeah, look, Mitch Bacon, who had his opportunity a couple of weeks ago, he shows great composure with the footy, and that's the difference, I think, when you see them come up. You want people, it's a sink or swim situation, isn't it? So you want them to be able to swim, but those who can compose themselves with the footy from that jump in pressure from 19s to senior footy, obviously it's a lot hotter around the ball, and I think Mitch Bacon in particular shows his character there. But we've got, as you said, plenty of depth. There's another one, Ned Sargent in the 19s, who's a raking left foot off half back, like Trimpy. So it'll be great to see him get his opportunity. But I think, as I said, the more we play them, the better they're going to be for experience. And you can't get better from watching, that's all I say. So.
And they say a week is a long time in football, and obviously last week you had Warrandyte, where you had the opportunity to sort of tighten the screws a bit. Obviously, not many points separated you and Donvale last week, but how are you guys feeling, last time I should say, so how are you guys feeling ahead of this one with the opportunity to fix things up last week?
I think we're just excited. Like, you want that opportunity to play against the best, and we've got a second chance. It's a free swing for us. We're going to go out with everything, leave everything out there, and the boys will embrace the challenge. That's on our board. We've written that. Enjoy the moment today, because we've got the past players day and a bigger crowd, and we don't want that to let them get to it, just enjoy it. So I think we'll just stick to, I know it's cliche, but stick to our structure. We've obviously modified a few things that we probably didn't do quite well last time, but what's most important is our conditioning. I think in that second game we had, I was one of them, a lot of blokes coming off with the cramping and whatnot. So second game out was a bit hotter early on in the year, but now there's no excuses. We should have blokes who are able to run out the game, and I think that'll hopefully be the difference. That
leads me into my question, Kane, the fact that for a lot of that game in the first, at Donvale in the first round, Surrey Park were not only in front, but it was only just, it probably was just that lack of fitness and conditioning that you probably ran out of, that probably didn't enable you to take the points on that occasion. But I have to say, out of all the clubs in the whole of the EFNL, that I reckon Surrey Park has really embraced the challenge and confronted every single difficulty and with real gusto, and there seems to be a real determination for this club to ultimately succeed. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, from pre-season, we could have just been content with last year's success, but you've got to, you look at in the AFL, the teams that do it time and time again, the Richmonds and Brisbane Lions, when they had their time, their three-peat, but we've got to look and see how do you get to that level of success, and it's by putting your head down and working hard. You can rest on your laurels, but that's going to get you nowhere. So we've really, fitness has been one of them, so we've got an average age of about 21 in the team at the moment.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, really, when you look at it, because you have a look at your stats, Kane. I mean, you've won 33 quarters this year out of 44 or 40 quarters. I mean, you're averaging 103 points a game, which is really unheard of, and for you and Donvale to actually be averaging over 100 points a game a season, that really does speak to the testament of how strong both of your clubs are. And it wouldn't be, if both of you kicked 100 points today, it wouldn't be a surprise, but you almost can't help but feel that this game is going to be a really tight affair, and whoever gets that 2 or 3 goal advantage at the right time, that might be the difference between the two sides today.
For sure. There's going to be little moments that'll probably be the difference. But for us, it's actually, we talk about the offense obviously a lot, high scoring average, which I didn't know we were that high, but that's good to know. But I think our defense, our back six is solid as rock. If you look at why our percentage is quite high, is because we don't leak many goals.
Well, just to back you up there, you've got a percentage of 216. I mean, your total for is 1,032, and your against is 478. So you've got a 554 point differential on the rest of the competition. So that suggests to me that fitness levels is not an issue. Your side is capable of running games out, and not only running games out, but hurting the opposition on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, for sure. Our people we've brought in as well, like looked hard, and we wanted to retain the list. I think the biggest thing going into this year was retention, and we retained, I think, 98% of our list. There's one player that went on a trip around Australia, but apart from that, retention was high, and then we just brought in the right people. Not heaps, but 5 or 6 that have that experience and can really gel. And I think the best thing is they're not just good footballers, they're good people as well. You want the culture, that's what they talk about nowadays, the impact of the culture, and it really does make a big difference to how you're playing on the field as well. So.
And a lot of those players coming back to the club as well, like the Summers brothers, Lockie pulling on the senior jumper for the first time, Jake for the first time in 10 years, which must be great having those players running around and alongside yourself back coming to the club.
It really is. Like you look at some of the honour boards up there, and we've got some serious talent that unfortunately at the time went elsewhere because of where we were. But now we can see that we're starting to change that attitude and professionalism and the way we're going about it, and everyone wants to get on board, which is great. So it's a lot easier to attract people when you are having success, but we always make sure we're getting the right people that will fit the culture of the club. Got to be, so I think we've done that well.
Kane, before we let you go, just on the side you're playing as well, Donvale there. Obviously a very tough side, having 127 on the trot. What did you sort of learn from that game in round 2 that, were really their strengths, and obviously, you were very competitive in that game and potentially, arguably could have won that one. What did you learn about them that you've got to implement today to slow down their run?
I think the biggest thing from them is their ball users in their back line who set them up quite well. They swing the footy around a lot, and I think on our ground in particular, it's a bit easier to do that because of the width of it. So we've put it as a big focus today, that frontal pressure. So we're going to be trying to really push them and squeeze them back and hopefully create some turnovers. But that's their biggest strength, and some of like Max Otten and whatnot is their ball users that can hit those kicks that a lot of players aren't willing to take on. So that, and then just their ability to trust who they've got. So particularly in the midfield there, they stick to that process, and when things are down, like when we were up by 4 or 5 goals at some stage in that game, they didn't panic. They just chipped away at it. They didn't try and kick 4 in a row. They just one at a time, one each quarter. Eventually, all of a sudden they were in front. So.
Kane, it's a pleasure to have you on. Unfortunately, not out there today, but we can't wait to see the side play today, and all the best this afternoon.
Thanks for having me. Go Surrey.
Thanks, Kane.
Thanks so much,
Kane Henden there, the senior assistant coach of the side at Surrey Park, is doing a fantastic job, and his performances, Brash, in the opening 6 weeks was unbelievable. I mean, he was averaging, I think, over. Well, Josh will know this, but over 30-something.
He's probably in. I think, is it Edie medal contention? Paul Edie,
I think so.
He was in Edie medal.
Yeah, he would have been.
Yeah,
I would have thought so
I
too.
mean, when you look at these two sides, and I know I just briefly touched on Surrey Park's performances, and Donvale is very similar. Look, it's incredible to think, right, that it doesn't matter what level of football, that your side, right, after 10 games is averaging 100 points a game. Because 100 points a game in today's football, when the league average is always around that 75 mark, you're kicking 4.5 goals more or 5 goals more than what the league is. You're not going to lose too many. You don't lose too many games of football, and that's why one's sitting 10 zip and the other one's sitting 9-1 with both with an average of over 100 per game. There's no other sides that can get near them.
No, there isn't. And I think for Surrey, it definitely comes out here. They've, I think it's around more than 100. They definitely averaged in their home games. And, even Donvale just on the road, they're able to find those big scores. So,
but also too, Josh, the other statistic, right, that's quite damning when you compare it to the rest of the competition is the inside 50s. These two sides are getting over 40 shots, 40 entries into their inside 50 every game. You know that if you convert that to if you convert 1 and 2 of those shots, you're kicking 20 goals a game.
You are, and considering both sides they're a very attacking side when they get going and they can score big. But as Kane said, their defence is just as strong, and so is Donvale. So I feel like it's going to be similar to that round 2 clash. I don't think either side will pull out a 100-point performance this afternoon. I think this could be a 10 to 11 goal game.
Well, that's exactly right, Jono. I sort of think that, look, for as good as what these sides are, if either side, like I said, if they both kicked 100 points today, all right, then they're living up to, what they've been averaging, and that just shows you how good a side they are offensively. But all of a sudden it still gives you questions about their defence, though, because you don't want to be leaking 100 points, do you?
Right, no, you don't, and that's why,
But
it's an interest.
But when you look at it in the other fact, when you compare it to the rest of the competition, right, then it doesn't. When the other sides, when you look at what they're able to do, and they're not even in the ballpark, I mean, it almost feels like that either one of these two sides could get away with only kicking 60, 70 points, but over the rest of the season it's not going to hurt them overall because what they're capable of, and they've proven right beforehand that they're capable of kicking that score. So you would know that in their next encounter next Saturday, regardless of what happens today, you've got this mindset of knowing, well, these two sides can peel off 100-point averages every week.
I mean, there's no doubt, Brash, that this game was going to be really hard fought. Only 16 goals scored between the two sides when they met in round 2. So it's going to be one of those games where it's going to be really neck and neck. Maybe if one side manages to get the 100, it's only going to be one. It's not going to be both.
No, I think I'm with you. I reckon it's a 12 to 10 game.
Yeah.
I think whoever wins is only going to win by a couple of goals.
I think so. I think so. With how evenly the two sides are matched up, we're going to touch on this game a little bit more.
Yeah.
We've also got Kevin Collins joining us in 10 minutes, but we'll touch on Division 3 while we're talking about Division 3 because the other big game in this particular division is the Knox versus Coldstream game. So obviously 1v2 here. It's 3v4 at Knox Gardens Reserve. Coldstream lose a couple in Castry. As well as Conyers is out as well. They've had a couple of midfielders out of their side, and I just think at home for Knox, Brash, if they are going to be a real contender this year, this is a game they'll pencil in for a big performance and potential win.
Exactly, and I think, in my opinion, if there's one side that could upset the apple cart and is the real smoky, Knox is the side I reckon that could do it. However, when I look at Knox, they will have to be hitting the finals in peak form to challenge these two, because I think when I line up the two squads between them and Coldstream, I think Knox has got more options than what Coldstream have got, and I think today. If Steve Buckle ever wanted a time for his side to stand up and make a statement, this is the game that they have to do it today.
Yeah, definitely. And they've hit some decent form in the last couple of weeks as well. Like they ran away from Sylvan out at Sylvan, which probably would have been the first time they ever played out there.
That was a very strange game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, pretty even at half time. And
I think it's
quite a big scoreline in the end there too as well.
Well, especially when you consider, right, that was a very high-scoring first half. And when we saw that type of performance by Waverley Blues last week, they ran out of petrol tickets in the second half, whereas Sylvan was the side that ran out of petrol tickets. And the fact you would have expected them to protect their own dunghill, but it was the opposite. Knox they steamrolled them in the second half.
And they should. If they're a genuine contender this season, they should. Jono, we've talked about Darcy Fritsch a lot, and at times they are quite reliant on him. It's almost Fritz or bust, and we were there earlier in the season, and even he was outnumbered 1-on-3 contests against Surrey Park, and they were still going to him every time. Is that a worry when you play top sides? Is that a Surrey Park or a Donvale, potentially a Knox, can obviously cover that that back line really well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think going into this game, it'll be very, very interesting to see if they can maintain that goal kicking plan of just getting it to Fritz. And obviously he and Ethan Duncan are level on 47 goals going into this week. So it'll definitely be an interesting viewing from that point of view. I think Knox have got definitely got the form, with quite significant wins over the past couple of weeks. So I think they've got that going for them, and I reckon, to be honest, if they can shut down Fritz, I mean, to be honest, that is pretty much anybody's objective going into this game. We went and we saw the game between Surrey and Coldstream. And
I think Jono, you're right, and I think the
process was followed.
I think the other thing that comes to fruit, like you said, you've got Duncan and Fritz. The difference is Duncan's got backup if he doesn't kick goals. Fritz doesn't have backup if he doesn't kick goals. That's the difference. That's the difference between those two sides.
And we talked about how Mitch Edmonds could be that backup, but usually against those top sides, and when we saw them earlier in the year against Surrey Park out of Coldstream, he wasn't playing, and sometimes they're able to shut him out, Mitch Edmonds. So
injury has robbed Mitch Edmonds of being that perfect foil backup. He is a very good footballer, Mitch Edmonds, but he just hasn't been able to get on the park enough, right, to have a meaningful impact, right, as a genuine backup for Fritz.
Yeah.
But he has proven form in the past, and if Coldstream are going to go further in this final series, Lowe has to stay on the park and become another option for them heading towards the finals.
Yeah, whereas you look at Knox as well, they've got Brayden Barlow and Harrison Greaves both in really good form, so I think that's, again, a point of difference.
Sorry, Josh.
I was about to say I'm going to back Knox in here.
Knox?
Yeah, Knox
Jono?
for me, Jono.
I'll say Knox as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Knox at home as well. The Oracle, who
Yep.
sends in their tips every week and gives me a score for each game, has Knox beating Coldstream 105 to 101.
Well,
That's a good game if that's the way it plays out.
Well, I guess it's probably based on how well actually these sides have been going against the sides below them in recent form. I think from that, by definition, if the scores are high, then that means that both Coldstream and Knox have been playing lesser opposition and putting scores on the board. If they were playing poorly, the scores definitely would be lower. So I think that that'll be. I think yes, it's probably it's a high score or a high rating, based on what they've previously done. But I think there's a bit more of a story than that score, Ryan. I think there's a few more goals in that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Having a look at the other Division 3 games this afternoon, Fair Park plays Sylvan Ferntree Gully versus Upper Ferntree Gully and Oakley District versus Warrandyte. Let's touch on the Fair Park Sylvan game first because for different reasons this is an important game because it's got long-term impacts on the relegation battle. Fair Park lose this one. They'll be giving a game to Sylvan, who will then move to 2 games ahead of them. Warrandyte is still in that mix down the bottom, but a win. And suddenly you could have 3 teams on the bottom with 2 wins apiece, and it just makes it a lot more even down the bottom in terms of that relegation race. And Fair Park's form over the last few weeks hasn't been that bad.
No.
They've been in games. They just haven't found a way to win. Last Saturday night games are always a bit of a question mark, and there was low scoring and whatnot. But they were 20 points off Donvale. They had another pretty competitive performance against Surrey Park.
26.
Yeah, so at home against a Sylvan side who's really struggling, I think this is the game. If they're ever going to win one, it's this week.
I agree, Jono.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Sylvan as well, a couple of weeks, or was it a couple of weeks ago, there was that, game with a really small margin, and that was probably a really, a real kick in the pants for them of sorts. And, I reckon it will be a bit of a tough one to call in terms of result.
I think what's his name? When you look at Fair Park, Mason Burns had a fantastic year for Fair Park going into the midfield. And Brad and Mitch Need have been in their best for most weeks. Unfortunately for Fair Park, their biggest issue has been over the last 2 years is the fact that they've lost a lot of games out of probably more sides than any under 18 points.
That's absolutely right, but we'll get back to that in a second.
Okay.
But behind you at the moment is Kevin Collins, the senior coach of the Donvale Football Club. Kevin, thanks for joining us. You can't hear at the moment. Jared, I might get you to give him a hand in fixing that up as we... All good? Apologies on...
We're almost there. Just got to switch on the pack.
It's chaos out here. We're getting...
Maybe not.
We'll cross
Maybe
to Kevin in just a second. Going on the Oracles tip for that game, Fair Park versus Sylvan, has Sylvan defending Fair Park 80-56.
Yeah. And I think that's probably because of the fact that Fair Park obviously are putting very, very low scores. They rarely struggle to kick 70, 80 points.
Yeah,
they haven't
right.
demonstrated it a lot this year, hence the low rating, I reckon.
That's right. I believe we've got Kevin Collins now. Can he hear us at the moment?
Yep, got it, boys. How are we?
Absolutely. Great to have you on board, Kevin. Fantastic season so far, undefeated again, and you come against the Surrey Park side who really push you in round 2 and expecting another big contest today.
Yeah, no, they're a really good team. They've been consistent right throughout. They're well ahead on percentage, so we had a lucky day against them on our home ground where we beat them by 5 points. So they've been really competitive, and they put the foot on the throat to a couple of the teams and won by big margins. So they're a really good team, so we're looking forward to the competition today.
How have you seen the last month or two of the season? I feel like at stages in games you've been really challenged and tested by a lot of sides, but you've always seemed to be able to, very cool and composed and able to work your way through tight games early on to pull ahead and always win by still a comfortable margin. How have you sort of seen it?
Yeah, we've been challenged in every game, so there hasn't been any game where we've been dominant right throughout. So I think that's probably in respect to the opposition. They come out, they can kickstart their season by having a good game against us, and they've done that. They've been really, really well done. So it's been a really even competition, and we haven't had our way in any game. So we've been pushed, and I think that's been a good thing. It's a good thing. So yeah, we're looking forward to today. It'll be a really tough game.
Kev, I want to focus on the forward line, which continues to be potent, but two players in particular, Ethan Duncan and Nick Murphy. Now, Duncan has the 47 goals for the season. I think it's 25 for Nick Murphy. Do you feel like Duncan has taken that mantle of the main target down forward from Murphy now?
Yeah, I think not so much the main target, but he's probably getting the second best defender. So Nick Murphy's a renowned forward, and I think he picks up the first best defender, and so that's probably releases a bit of pressure. So Nick's taken a lot of the heat off Ethan, and Ethan's managed to get the goals on the board. So they're working really well. They've been working really well last night.
And it just seems
it
just seems each and every week as well that the attack just continues to find different avenues to go, which must be pleasing to. I think it's averaging around 100 points for the season.
Yeah, they've been good. We're slightly ahead of them in terms of Surrey Park in terms of goals scored, but they're ahead of us in terms of goals defended. So they've had a better defensive structure, which has sort of helped them with their percentage and everything. So we've been really happy with our forward entries. Justin Goldsmith does a great job with our forwards, and so they sort of work in sync, and things have been going pretty well so far.
Yeah, Kevin, inside the top 15 of the goal scorers in Division 3, you've got 4 apiece, so 4 for Surrey Park and 4 for your side. And obviously with the 100-point averages and that sort of thing in mind, while it's probably not so much of a focus to get such a big score, if you wanted to, how are you going to do that today?
To get a score?
A big score today.
To get a big score, we just got to get a better work rate between our arcs. They build most of their defence from their defensive 50. And they get most of their forward entries from defensive 50, so we've just got to retain the ball inside forward 50 as long as we can. The longer we can keep it in there, the more likely we are to score. So that's one way of doing it, and then just getting the ball from the stopper, just getting it deep, with, lowering our eyes to on our hit-ups, and so that's how we're hoping to do it today. But I'm sure they've got a different plan in mind, and they've got a really good defensive back six. So it's going to be tough.
However, Kev, there's one statistic that I've noticed with Donvale this year, right? Compared to last year, I think you're just a little bit behind. First quarters you're a little bit slow off the mark. This year, you've only won one first quarter out of 10 on the away strip, and 2.5 at home. So you've only won basically four first quarters out of 10 rounds. But the rest of your second, third and fourth quarters have been really, really strong. Is that going to be an emphasis for you today? Because they're the opposite. They start really strong. So you really will want to get in the contest very early and try and break even in this first quarter?
Yeah, we're putting it into 4 rounds. And, you're correct in terms of our first quarters haven't been good. And I think that's probably due to the pressure that the offense have put up in the first quarter. And so we've struggled a little bit there, but we've managed to work our way back into the game. A couple of those early on in the season were inaccurate disposals and kicks, and we've fixed that up to the point where we've got a positive differential in terms of our scoring ability. So that's been good. So we've sorted that out, but we need to be on track today because they're a type of opposition that you won't come back on. No. If they get a big margin, they can defend it. So we've got to be on our ball and work really hard.
It's funny, Kev, because both sides are premiership sides from last year, obviously in different divisions, and obviously both sides have been hunted so far this year by all the other clubs. How do you reckon your side? It seems like to me that your side is really, like Surrey Park, have actually been embraced being the hunted. Do you see that? Have you seen that in your time there? The players sort of almost like they enjoy that sort of pressure? Yeah,
the players actually do enjoy it because they know that they're the yardstick for the opposition to see how their season's going. So they've enjoyed it. It's been tough, but it takes you to another level in terms of your intensity and the pressure that you have to bring along. So we know that we're the hunted, and a couple of teams have smelt blood at some stage, and so we've been able to come back and so we were good. We had some really tough contests against Fair Park, Coldstream, all of those teams. So we haven't had it on our own on any terms yet. So.
Also, too, Kev, have you been able to, obviously, because the side's going well and obviously the players are very comfortable in the positions that you pick them on Saturday, have you also at times, though, just changed the mix a little bit and thrown some players into some different positions just so that they just don't automatically feel comfortable in the position that they're playing, knowing that at any given time you could turn around and say to them, I need to go and play in that position? Yeah,
no, we've done that. We've thrown a couple of the players forward. Some of our mids have gone back, and so we've changed that around a little bit. We do that at training. We do some simulation training where players are behind the ball or forward of the ball, and they rotate through different things. So we sort of have a mantra that each player has to have 2 notches in their belt. They have to have played, say, mid-forward or mid-back or whatever, but they have to be able to come up with 2. And we feel that where we've had to change that or do that, it's worked in our favour. So, but if you're going along okay, and that's all we're doing, we're going along okay. We aren't doing anything grand, but it's probably a little bit silly to fix something that's not broken.
No, so, well, I agree.
And they've only been, and they have occurred, but they've only been really subtle changes. So it might be just like going forward.
If it ain't break, don't fix it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's been good. But we have to come up with something because you can't really be predictable.
No,
they'll pick it up really quick.
Absolutely right. Kevin, we'll let you go with approaching game time.
Thanks,
It's
boys.
always a pleasure to have you on board, and all the best
Kevin.
this afternoon.
Thanks,
Looking
Kev.
forward to seeing
Thanks,
the side
boys.
play.
Have a great call.
Thank you. Thanks,
Cheers.
Kevin. The senior coach of the Donvale Football Club, Kevin
always
Collins.
very generous with his time, Kevin.
He is.
Certainly is, and he's done a great job at the club. And one of the great things about Kevin Collins, you look at the history of the Donvale Football Club, won a premiership back in the 90s, and obviously came back and won one last season. Not many coaches do that.
And the thing is, I don't know, Josh, you may have seen him on the boundary line, but he seems like he's a very mild-mannered type of coach, but I don't know, is he a little bit, if you've heard him on the boundary line, does he keep the same manner, or does he get vocal, or does he have when he needs to?
I think I don't think I've ever been on the boundary line for a Donvale game, not from memory, but I do recall hearing that he is very mild-mannered, cool, calm and collected. Yeah. So, and you can understand what he definitely feels like. That
I almost feel like James Kenworthy is a bit the same.
Yeah.
because you have a listen to both of them talk, they sort of, they're very
Easygoing,
but they're also very measured. When you ask them a question, they're thinking very measured as they're giving you the answer.
Yeah,
so it's almost like saying, well, yes, I'm acknowledging that I've got to give you a decent answer.
That's right.
Don't forget Kev's a school teacher down at Warner College. So
that does.
I don't know if he's still there actually, but he certainly was.
Definitely did.
I've known Kev for over 20 years. So
What do you blokes have to say for yourself? Sorry, Mr. Collins.
yeah, pretty much.
Well,
I don't think I want to be getting in trouble with him, though.
still wouldn't. It's still, let's move on to...
He looks like he's grown up in the day of the duster.
Yes.
Boink.
That's right. We're actually going to go to a break, I believe. Now we've touched on Division 3. We're going to be back to have a look at all the games around the grounds. Fantastic to be out here at Surrey Park Reserve for the Eastland match of the round between Surrey Park and Donvale.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round pre-game show here between Surrey Park and Donvale. 1v2 this afternoon. Fantastic to be out here for the first time this season. Josh, it's a big afternoon. Past Players Day behind us, so I'm sure we'll get a lot of people coming past on the live stream as the afternoon progresses. But
It is a pretty decent crowd. I was just in there before. It is a pretty decent crowd for Past Players Day, which is great to see.
Well,
right.
I'll tell you one thing, right, for football clubs, the 2 biggest winners fundraising days for a football club, women's lunch and the Past Players Day.
And we pick them every time, don't we?
Last week we did have another. We had Ladies' Day. Last week at Waverley Blues at the Central Reserve. So
the past
we
players
certainly do seem to pick them.
The Past Players Day is when the men get to pay, spend their money the women's lunches when the women get to spend their money.
All right, let's jump back into some games around the grounds this afternoon. Plenty happening. The other game in Division 3, just want to quickly touch on. Just a tip for this one, Ferntree Gully versus Upper Ferntree Gully. Me and Josh on the podcast yesterday backed in the Gully at home to pull off what would be an upset, be a bit of a roughie out there at Wally 2. Brash, you were disagreeing with me off air. You think Upper Ferntree Gully still too much on the line for them and probably still a more consistent list?
It won't be the 34 points that it was last time between the two, but I think it's only going to be. I think it's only be 3 goals in it, no more than 3 goals. I think Upper Gully have got a lot more to play for. Gully's form has improved, but I think Upper Gully just get the chocolates today.
Jono, do you have a thought on this one? Who ends up finishing on top between the two rivals?
Oh, well, I reckon probably in the line of thinking with Brash, I reckon. I think Upper has probably got this one.
And I think Oakley District need to get back on the winners list today against Warrandyte.
Well, they need a big win too because Warrandyte have had a lot of big losses, and I think if Oakley don't register a big win or even perhaps a win at all, I think it might be a little bit difficult for them going forward.
Well, that'd be season shut almost. If Upper Ferntree Gully win and Oakley lose, with the form they've been in recent weeks, it's been very unconvincing. Lost to Ferntree Gully was a disappointing one.
They've had a few setbacks this year, Oakley District, haven't they?
They have. It just hasn't been a season that's gone to plan. Obviously, you do remember Bosnich not on the side after being that focal point last year, the leading goalkeeper in Division 3.
Yeah, Mark Stevens.
Didn't have another goalkeeper.
Yeah, I just think he did have that big game earlier in the season where he kicked 11.
I think that was against Sylvan.
But I don't know if he's quite the standard of what Bosnich was giving them last year. The Oracle has Oakley District winning by a goal, 50 to 44, as Ferntree Gully.
Too tight for my liking.
And Upper Ferntree Gully by 3 points over Ferntree Gully, 58 to 55.
And that's probably because, once again, when you look at both the sides over the season, if they're not kicking high scores, that's why their scores are low, because they might be winning, but they're not winning by big margins or kicking big scores.
That's right. 3 games in Division 4 this afternoon. Chirnside Park playing Forest Hill. Keelside play Croydon North Emlock, and Whitehorse plays Scoresby. We're going to talk about the Whitehorse Scoresby game just quickly on Chirnside Park Forest Hill. Forest Hill is struggling big time at the moment with a couple of losses to Nuttawading and Croydon North Emlock. Surprisingly enough, the last time these two sides met a few weeks ago, Forest Hill pulled off the upset at home. I'd be very surprised if they can do it again. They're still missing a few players. Rudd, Rose still out of the side. They've been able to bring in a few more debutants, but very young list, and I just think Chirnside Park, if they lose this, there's some real question marks to ask of the club.
This is almost like this is probably the classic David versus Goliath, or men's versus boys game in this division. I think Chirnside chock full of experience. Forest Hill at the moment they're going through a stage where it's a real painful stage of their rebuild.
Yep.
And I think Chirnside, they've just got to get the job done to keep the pressure on the top two, to stay in the top two.
It's a must-win game for them. Same with Keelside against Croydon North Emlock, who have been in some much better form. And the Oracle has actually decided to tip Croydon North Emlock on this one, away from home.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I've looked at Keelside's form, and out of the top 4, they're struggling.
They're the least convincing side of the 4.
But the thing is, they're going to play finals in the fact that because there's no depth in 5th, 6th and 7th. You would think that the Keelside, they're going to win they should win the rest of the season, their games against those 3 sides for the rest of the season, which will give them a right to play finals. But I think they're a little bit off the top 2.
I think so too. I think Whitehorse and Scoresby have stepped up and shown that they're a little bit ahead of the others. Chirnside Park are the other ones I'm not sure about yet. We'll see a bit more when they play Scoresby again and play Whitehorse for a third time.
I think it was Ray that said on the podcast yesterday, and I'm not sure whether it was him, but I think he said the one thing that he liked about Scoresby is they've got winners in a lot of positions, and they've got a lot of high quality players that really, in essence, should be playing in a higher division.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. And that game, Whitehorse versus Scoresby, Jono, out at Springfield Park this afternoon. A lot of the times when we're tipping these games, we've gone with the home side because Whitehorse have been exceptional at home. Scoresby haven't lost at home. Chirnside haven't lost at home. Keelside beat Whitehorse at home. that's why I'm purely picking the Pioneers at home. And they had a bit of a shootout against the Magpies last time where I think they registered about 134 points, and it was Horvat and Young who combined for, I think, 12 goals. So, again, if it does become a shootout, I think Whitehorse would be pretty happy with the way that game goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just adding to the, I guess, the intrigue of us backing the home team. Obviously, it is a very special occasion on a number of reasons for the Pioneers, in that they're celebrating a milestone game. They've got the Heritage Strip, although Brash, you'd sort of suspect that perhaps Scoresby will spoil the party a bit.
Well, I do, and part of the reason that I'm a little bit concerned is Whitehorse are coming off the double. They're coming off the double break, so they haven't had a game in 3 weeks.
That's true.
Yeah.
So they could be a little bit ring rusty, and my problem with that is if Scoresby are renowned for getting out, their first quarters are pretty good, Scoresby, and if they get out of the blocks quick, I'm a bit worried whether Whitehorse are going to have the conditioning on this occasion to get back into the contest.
It's one of those things that I think Ray said it yesterday on the podcast. It can go one of either two ways. You can come out a little lethargic, have a bit of a slow start, and that might cost you the game, or you come out fired up because you've had that break and you've rested. And they would have had some pretty intense training.
I get that,
week.
but I don't think it ever substitutes for proper game time.
It doesn't.
And the thing is, I almost agree with. It almost feels like to me that Whitehorse they'll have to be attacking in the first half, and then hopefully that their conditioning that they've built up as the season can help get them through the second half, because I just sort of feel that if it could end up being a Waverley Blues situation last week. We'll throw everything at it in the first half, and then hopefully we've got enough in front to hold them out. And the thing is, as soon as you go into defence mode, like Waverley Blues started last week,
you've lost
the game.
And Whitehorse have proven, whilst their attack is really strong with Young and Horvat in that forward line, it's still a slightly weaker defence. I'm not too sure if it's the strongest defence in Division 4. So I'm still backing them in out at Springfield Park. I think the Pioneers just know how to play that ground. So
it's definitely a home advantage for us.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got to move on from Division 4 now to touch on the other three divisions. Division 2, we'll go through some of these games just quickly. Eastfield versus Ringwood, Heathmont versus Waverley Blues, Lilydale versus Croydon. Those three, are we all tipping the Croydon and Waverley Blues in those two games against Heathmont and Lilydale, I would imagine?
Yes. Yeah.
Eastfield, Ringwood's a little bit more interesting with the Redbacks' form probably dropped off in the last month. Had a really disappointing result last week against Templestowe where they were never really in the game.
But I look at those.
Jackson's still out, of course.
But the thing is, if I'm looking at past form, yes, Ringwood have played the top 2 or 3 sides in the last 3 rounds and have been found wanting. For me, that's good enough form coming into an encounter against East Burwood. And I think Ringwood will rebound today, but I think there's a goal in it. East Burwood will give it their best shot, but I reckon Ringwood win by a goal or 2.
Jono, they were very competitive last week against Croydon, less than a goal, but again, it's probably season on the line for the Rams. They lose this, you can count them out due to their percentage. They win, they're back in the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a fairly intriguing season for East Burwood. We know we had that particular game. I can't remember when it was, but I was on the panel for a half time and was in belief.
Mulgrave?
Oh, no, I can't believe.
I reckon it could have been Mulgrave because that was obviously one of the games where they
hadn't scored for like a.
Oh, that was Baronia.
Baronia, that's right. And obviously, Baronia are a super strong side, and we might even get to talk about them, Brian. I don't know, but obviously Mulgrave are riding that momentum. But yeah, look, it is a very intriguing battle that looms ahead for the Rams for sure.
Certainly right. We will touch on that game now, Mulgrave versus Baronia. Templestowe Basin's the other one. I'm assuming we'd all pick Templestowe on that game. But the lines. Brash, we've talked about this every week, and we just don't know what to expect from them.
Mighty glorious enigma.
A week in, week out perspective. Last week, we saw both sides. We saw that first half was very disappointing. The first quarter was probably one of their worst quarters of football for the season, and then the second half was definitely their best football we've seen from them, and Lin Jong started that from the midfield. Fletcher Roberts got involved. Hilliard got better as the game went on, but they're playing a side that they lost to by, I think it was about 111 points in round 2. I don't think it's going to be that big of a margin, and if it is, there's some real question marks that need to be asked, but I still find it difficult to see them getting within 6 or 7 goals today.
Well, the thing is, Ling Jong will probably end up will have to, he might have to put his game in check a bit, because he'll probably come up against probably arguably the best midfielder in Division 2 in Mitch Mellis, who basically, he averages 42 possessions a game. Him and Max Brasher, I think, are averaging 77, 78 possessions between them a game for the season. So they're a formidable pair. But the thing is, they've got gears, Baronia. They've got gears. Yeah. They've got players. Right, Henden comes back in. He actually enhances the side, right, with height, speed, can kick goals. You've got Fairchild centre forward. You've got Ben Robinson at full forward. Begley's due for another big game. Fletcher Roberts, great effort last week, but Jared Lake is a different proposition. Yeah. Lake won't allow him to, won't let Roberts off the leash.
And Harry Burgess is probably having a fantastic month.
Yeah,
for
well,
football.
He's the other option that could go to Fletcher Roberts. I think 111 points. If Baronia win by 60 points, then Mulgrave can thank themselves that they've improved by 60 points. But I'm giving Mulgrave a little bit more of a pass mark, considering their recent form. And I think Baronia at the moment, whilst they're going through they're winning games, but they're not blowing sides off the park, which is fine. But I think Baronia walk away with 40-point victory from down at the country.
Jono, what's the pass mark for Mulgrave today? Because I don't think anyone would say a pass mark is beating the side that's only lost one game in almost a couple of years, couple of seasons. What would be a pass today for the Mulgrave Footy Club?
I'd like to see a four-quarter performance. I know it's a cliche of sorts, but obviously last week the second half putting on the afterburners and almost overcompensating in a sense, because it could have gone wrong in the dying stages. I'd like to see maybe 3 or 4 quarters of good solid footy. Yeah. And that's exactly what they need to hold their heads high against such a brilliant team like Baronia.
But in saying so, Jono, is 3 or 4 quarters of solid football going to be enough to play 3 or 4 solid quarters against Baronia's solid 4 quarters?
Well, no.
That's right.
No, but if you're playing a big team,
yeah, I agree.
No, there are things you need to work on, and it's a learning opportunity. I know they haven't. I know a lot of sides haven't had the best of outings against Baronia, but you have to learn somewhere.
Well, you've got to start. I agree with that.
I mean, they would have learnt a lot from that game earlier in the season at Tormore Reserve and look to implement that today, and I certainly think they will. I think Spider might have tipped them as a roughie. Is his roughie yesterday?
Yeah, I think he did say Mulgrave was one. Well, the thing is, in Mulgrave, it's still a difficult game to, still a difficult ground to go down and win. It's not. It is.
But their record, recent record history against Baronia is not great.
Been good.
And they lost by probably 10 goals last time they played at Mulgrave last year. So a lot to look forward to in that clash. If they can come out and have a really competitive performance, you can start to think about Mulgrave as a serious final side this season. Division 1, yep. The big game we're going to talk about is Montrose versus South Belgrave. The other games that are happening around the grounds, Park Orchards play Wanturna South. We'll be tipping Park Orchards at home there. Mitcham play Murrelbach. Some injuries to the Tigers. Zach Elms are late out as well, but still at home you'd expect them to beat a side. They only kicked 1 goal on the weekend last week. Beaconsfield play North Ringwood. Again, the home side, you'd favour in that one. And then Bayswater Doncaster is a little bit of a...
I think Bayswater are doing enough to win that game.
I agree. Yeah. And then Montrose versus South Belgrave. We were there, Josh, early in the season, and it was an unbelievable performance from the Ds, and they were outstanding. Taj Heap was fantastic for them, playing more midfield time after starting up forward. You had Ryan Garthwaite. It was a Garthwaite show. He kicked 7 or 8 goals, and it was one of those games where you just sat there and went, how is this happening? For a side like South Belgrave, who have been so outstanding for so long, that doesn't happen to them very often. But they have put in some really good form after that loss. Only lost the one game since then, and I think they come in today as the favourites away from home.
And I think that one loss would have come against Park Orchards out of Dominique Reserve, which is, I think that was a 30-point margin. So, they definitely go in as favourites. I still think I backed in Montrose in the podcast just because, they've got some players back. Obviously, Bo Tennant is a bit of a loss in that defence. And when we saw him, he was magnificent for the four quarters. Was Bo down in that defensive line, and still got some players coming in. Geordie Nagel, but it's all going to come down to how many goals Ryan Garthwaite can kick, how much he can step up against the likes of Tim Smith, Damien Garner, potentially the two other Garners that were listed as emergencies for South Belgrave. So
really, you're looking at battle. Really, you're looking at a battle from both ends.
Essentially.
With this.
And especially at a ground like Montrose, which isn't the smallest ground and is definitely capable of putting together some high scores. I'm just watching
Blake's reaction here. He's just joined us.
He's loving it. He's loving it.
All right, enough about Tennant. We'll Crash, your tip on this one, South Belgrave's form at the moment?
I like the way South Belgrave are building nicely. They're being solid, workmanlike, and I like their form coming into a contest against Montrose, and in fact I'm tipping them this afternoon to win by about 3 goals.
Yeah, certainly right. The Oracle has Montrose to defeat South Belgrave by 32 points.
And Taylor Garner does come into the lineup for South Belgrave.
Very big
we talk about,
and Mitch Garner too.
Sorry, gents. We talk about form. I'm pretty happy with both teams going into this game at the moment, but I'll still tip Montrose.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
I think both sides can lay claim to winning that game.
We've got a few minutes before the break, so a couple of games to touch on in Premier Division. Berwick played Roeville today, and Noble Park played Doncaster East. Norwood taking on Balwyn. And then probably the two interesting ones for me, Vermont versus Blackburn. East Ringwood South Corin's a twilight game. And the Oracle has East Ringwood winning that by 3 points, 91 to 88. I think they might be a little bit more in favour of the Roos.
But last time, perennially those two sides play very close encounters.
They do.
So I mean, a goal either way is not out of the equation. I think the other games pick themselves.
Yeah.
Vermont Blackburn's the one I want to speak about because. If Vermont, again, we're still, there's been, quite a few players out of the side this season. If they are to be a real contender, which I don't know if they can be this season, this would be a big chance to take a scalp against a Blackburn side at home. Past Players Day again, which is always big for Vermont, isn't it?
It is. This is an opportunity. I went up to Vermont on Thursday night and spoke to a few of the scribes. And look, they're very realistic about where Vermont should be. However, I was told, and on very good authority, that the first 50 minutes that Vermont played against East Ringwood last Saturday was as good a football as they've played all season against the top side. They just felt that they just let it slip a little bit in that second quarter where they allowed East Ringwood back into the contest, and then obviously East Ringwood, with the side that they've got at the moment, were able to lift a cog and go away with in the second half. But it wasn't like Vermont were beaten hardly, like flogged by any stretch of the imagination. I know that the players are really up for the challenge. When it comes to Blackburn at the moment have got the wood on Vermont. There's just no two ways about it. But I got a feeling today that Vermont are really primed for the challenge. They know that if they want to challenge in the final series this year, their season basically starts in the second half of the season, and they need to win this game this afternoon. I think it's going to be a close game. A lot of people will be going for Blackburn, and I understand why. Their form is probably a little bit better than Vermont's at the moment, but I think Vermont have got a point to prove. They'll win. I'm tipping Vermont to win, but I feel that they'll only win by a couple of goals.
I don't disagree. I'm tipping Blackburn just being the safe tip because I think their form's been a lot better, Jono. But I think there's a lot involved. Every time we sort of are ready to write the pen through Vermont and cross them out as a chance, they always seem to prove us wrong, and they stand up when they need to. At home, big day for the club. I think they're definitely a big chance today.
I remember where we were in the earlier stages of the season. We just watched Vermont, and they weren't particularly too good against South Croydon, I think it was. But obviously they've built back a little bit since then. I mean, Brash, we spoke about pass marks earlier. I'll go to you straight away. What's a pass mark if, for instance, the inevitable in our eyes, perhaps, not perhaps yourself, but in that, if Blackburn does win, what's a pass mark for you, for your Eagles boys?
Well, the pass mark is they're going to have to win. They need to win all their games to finish in the 5th spot to play finals. That's the pass mark for me.
Yeah, I think with Baldwin and Roval to come in the next 2 weeks, this is a must-win game. We are going to go to an ad break in a second, but we'll hold on that thought for the moment. The Oracle tips in Premier Division. Roval defeated Berwick by 3 points. I'm already saying like it's already happened. Roval to defeat Berwick by 3 points, according to the Oracle. That would be a surprise.
Then imagine if it actually happens, Ron. That would be a bit of a laugh.
It does happen occasionally. We've had some results be bang on.
Berwick will be competitive for a half, I reckon.
I think so too. I think so. After last week's win, Noble Park and Doncaster East, the Oracle has Noble Park beating Doncaster East by a point.
Well, that could be
interesting.
I
wouldn't put it past Doncaster East to knock off Noble. They do bring in Tim O'Brien amongst others. They've had about 8 changes again, which is the worrying thing. You don't like to see that, particularly in a Premier Division.
That's too many changes.
There's been they haven't been able to consolidate a lineup all season, which is a worry, Josh, for me.
Yeah, I think we saw that last season when in that game we saw against Ball, and they rang in 9 changes and just went off to a slow start and didn't come back from there.
That's right. Norwood versus Baldwin has Baldwin defeating Norwood by 40 points, 76-36. Vermont and Blackburn, the Oracle has Vermont winning by 11 points. And East Ringwood versus South Croydon, East Ringwood to win by 3 points. I wouldn't be surprised if the Oracle gets a fair few tips on that one.
Yeah. Look, like I said, it's always hard when you're the Oracle and you're predicting out front. You're using a lot of past knowledge to try and predict the future. Sometimes you have a good day.
And that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's extrapolating, isn't it?
That's it, mate. That's all it is.
Yeah. That's right. We are going to go to an ad break shortly, but Lee Green at the moment is filming the reserves game ahead of us right now. 7-6-48, Donvale leading Surrey Park 4-5-29.
That's a good
with
result
13
here,
minutes played into the final term.
And I think that puts, if they win this Donvale, they'll put them up on top of the Division 3 reserves table at least, because this one was also on top of the table clash.
So who was sitting on top coming into this game?
Surrey Park was.
So that's a big result for them. How did the 19s go today?
I know the Div 3 19s lost by, I think it was 6 goals in the end, and then the Div 1 19s won by 150 points against Bayswater. So, yeah.
Absolutely. We might actually, because at the moment we've still got a bit more time, we might just touch on this game a bit more. Yeah, you had something else in mind?
No. Let's stay with this game. When you look at this game, this game has probably been 6 games in the making, really, when you think about it, because both these sides, in all honesty, have shown devastating form leading into a contest.
Yep.
Not only have they worn out sides, but they've pulverised sides into submission. And you look at what, look, I look at it this way. I look at Surrey Park and I look at Donvale. They've both got their own sets of brilliance. The only difference that I've got today is if this ground had been really rain affected, I would have had Donvale basically on top because it suits the bigger body players. But this ground is in absolutely fantastic nick, and I actually reckon this is a really gilt-edged opportunity for Surrey Park to really run Donvale ragged.
Well, I've never seen the ground in this time of year in this good a condition.
Josh, you were here last year. Against Kilsyth.
It was not that great. It's a picture now. Obviously, it's a bit cloudy overhead, but the ground is just in as good a nick as you can get.
Certainly right, and we're gearing up to a massive afternoon ahead. Surrey Park versus Donvale for the Eastland match of the round. We're going to go to our last break and then bring in the call team.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round, live here from Surrey Park Reserve, a top-of-the-table Division 3 clash out here today between the Panthers of Surrey Park and the Magpies of Donvale. Can the Panthers end the Vale's 27-game winning streak? We're about to find out in this seniors contest. The reserves is just about to finish. Donvale will win that game 8-6-54. They lead to Surrey Park 4-5-29. I'm Josh Ward. The call team has assembled for the game out here at Surrey Park Reserve. And calling alongside me, it's an absolute pleasure to be calling alongside this man. Once again, Jared Beanland, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Josh. 2 weeks in a row now for both of us. I'm very much looking forward to it. I think we did a pretty good job last week. Hopefully we can give this game justice as well. Top two of the division. Both of them won a grand final last year. Fantastic pedigree out there on the park today.
Wayne Brasher, Ryan Long on special comments today. Brash, I think your first Division 3 game of the season. I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing the top two sides of the division.
Most definitely, and in essence, Josh, I've had this contest penciled in now for about the last month because these two sides deserve to be both called the yardstick of the competition.
Yep. Absolutely. And Ryan Long, I'm sure you're eager to be out here at Surrey Park.
Oh, definitely. It's always good to come out here. They look after us well, and it's two great sides going head-to-head. Surrey Park have really impressed me this season. We've talked about Donvale a lot, and we expected Donvale to be the benchmark and the side that everyone are looking at as a yardstick and the side to beat. But Surrey Park, I thought they'd be good. I thought they'd be a final side at the end of the season, but they've got serious claims to be the number one contender in this division. And if they win today, they'll be a new premiership favourites almost.
Yeah, well, they'll be
with a lot of players to come back in their side. That's a big thing for them.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot. Like obviously, we spoke with Kane Henden in the pre-game. He's out for the next couple of weeks. James Kenworthy as well, still on the sidelines. There's definitely a lot of players to come back into the lineup, Rash.
Yeah, there is. I want to, because Jared, you weren't on pre-match, but Jared, we've seen a lot of sides come up in probably the last 3 or 4 years from Div 4 to Div 3.
Yep.
Do you think, in your opinion, do you think that Surrey Park has probably been the best side that has won the flag in Div 4 to come up a division in the last 5 years and acquitted themselves the way that they have?
Yeah, it's funny. I was actually thinking about this on the way here, Brash, and I'd say Surrey Park would be the best. You've got Coldstream moved up. They had a very powerful 2021, but they didn't actually win the premiership, so it's sort of like an asterisk situation there. But they've been decent. They've been good. Surrey Park have just come out of the blocks, though, and they've really...
It's almost like they've exploded, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they charged up from Division 4, and it's just been such an impressive year for them. Whether or not it's sustainable, I think, given the structure of the club and the under-19s, the junior programs they've got going on, I think there's a lot of sustainability there as well. I don't think they're going to drop off.
And there's a lot of under-19s playing today, and over the course of the past 2 seasons... the Surrey Park I think there's 12 that have come through the Surrey Park under-19s and have made their senior debut. So it's certainly set up for the future is Surrey Park. We'll cross down now to John O'Van and Blake Tennant, who are down on the boundary today. Afternoon, gentlemen. How are conditions down there on ground level?
Thanks very much, Woody. Great to be with you again. And great to be with you as well. Blake, we'll hear from you in a moment. Conditions are fairly interesting at the moment. It is a little bit slippery underfoot. Currently it's 13 at the moment. Feels like 12. Early on in the piece, Lee Green said bring some sunscreen because it feels like 40 degrees up there. I don't know how it feels up there for you guys. It doesn't feel like 40 degrees one bit. And with that, let's say good afternoon to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, good afternoon, listeners, to everyone watching. What a cracking game of footy we have today. 2 of the best sides. Some would like to argue, but I definitely think these 2 sides will be here in the business point of end of season. Conditions, as John has said, this is perfect. I played a lot of footy, and I think this is perfect conditions. You know, no sun, overcast conditions. As a footballer, you will love to play in these sort of conditions. So, do you want to tip, boys, too? Or
yeah, why not?
Okay, I'm going to go Donvale here. I think their forward line's probably going to be where the game will be won. And I think, the 2 spearheads in Duncan and Murphy, I'm going to go Donvale here by 20 points.
I'm going to say Surrey Park by 10, Blake. I think it's going to be a closely fought win by the Panthers, and lots of things learnt in between games, obviously, but it's set to be an absolute massive game this afternoon. I don't think there's any better game to cover, Wardy.
There certainly isn't. Thank you there to John O'Van and Blake Tennant. And the toss has just been done. Surrey Park kicking to the left of your radio dial or to the Elgar Road end out here at Surrey Park. Donvale kicking to the right or to the Aqualink end of the ground. So I'll go through the panel. Ryan Long, I'll go to you first. Your tip for this game?
I'm actually leaning towards Surrey Park. Some of the outs that they have in the side is the only thing that worries me. I think at full strength they might get him. I'm going to say Surrey Park by 2 points. I think I could be proven wrong, and I think Donvale might just wake us up and show us what the side they have been for the last 2 seasons. But I just feel like they're due for a loss. 27 games in a row is a long time, and there's always a loss around the corner eventually. I think this might be it.
Brash?
Look, I've sat down and looked at all the sums throughout the week. There isn't that much between the 2 sides when you look at it, but I just think there's a bit more incentive here for Surrey Park. They want to get one back, considering that they were well in the contest in the last game and didn't walk away with the 4 points. I think there's enough ammo for them today to walk away with a 12-point win, Josh.
Jared?
I think Surrey Park will lead by a narrow margin at 3/4 time, and then Donvale will win by 4 goals.
Ooh, fair
there's
enough.
nothing wrong with that.
Can I leave my tip unspoken?
No. Well, we already know what it is.
Yeah, I think we do.
You're not allowed to be offensive here.
No, I'm tipping Surrey Park. I'm going to say they win around by 14 points the margin as both teams are moving into position out here at Surrey Park Reserve. One thing that's interesting, Chris Allison, who's a pretty big man, is starting on a wing for Surrey Park. And I know the last couple of games, Robert Swan has started on a wing for the Panthers. So certainly be interesting to see how they use the 2 big men, Ryan.
Josh, one thing to mention for those listening on at Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Surrey Park today are running out in the Surrey Hills jumper, Brash, the old blue and red, which you've seen plenty of.
Oh yes, I did in my younger days, and that was many moons ago. But look, yes, it's great to see this great club starting to regain its former glory.
Jared Beanland to get us underway in the top of the table, Division 3 clash between the Panthers and the Vales.
Here at Surrey Park Reserve, up goes Zach Hay, gets the tap down, roved well by Smith, taken down in a tackle. Hunting for it is Naidu, but getting to it first was a teammate there. Ball bouncing in the open, now scooped up and buried. That was a Surrey Park player there. Donvale regain it. Over onto the wing. Summers tackled, and Nash wrapped him up well. So we'll get a ball up out here on the broadcast side wing. That would be Lachlan Summers in the 33 there today. Tap down, hunting it. That was Warboys, but regaining it. Now Kyle Wignall with a scrubby kick along the ground. Hand pass off to Rouser. Kick inside forward 50 for Donvale. Bounces into the hands of...
Boundary.
Matthew Day, the late in for Donvale. And he kicks his first goal in the senior side this year. Excellent stuff by him. Let's go boundary side with John O'Ven.
Thanks very much, Jared. There is a bit of wind chill factor down here on the side of the interchange benches. No particular advantage for either side, but the wind is quite in your face at the moment. It's very cold down here.
So 1 straight 6 Donvale. They get the first goal on the board. Surrey Park yet to score after a minute and a half of play here out at Surrey Park Reserve in the Eastland match of the round as Zach Hagan, Robert Swan move into position. Hagan, another tap down. Smith sharking it. That might be a second centre clearance for him. Goes in the Lachlan Summers direction, who's got a one-on-one. But doing really well there was Toby Nash, who goes to the far side looking for Heagney, who spilled it at the wrong moment. Wrapped up by Garvin. Still managed to get a kick away to Maxon, who's under plenty of pressure there from Zach Stone. The late inclusion for Surrey Park. Handball inboard, and Heagney now has hands on this ball. Dashing away to centre half forward in the direction of Matt Day. He's got a hot start, Matt Day. His first senior game of the season. Of course, played a key role in the Donvale lineup towards the back end of last year in their Churchill Premiership.
The one thing, Josh, that Surrey Park have got to watch is they've got to capitalise when Donvale make mistakes in their back 50 because they haven't been able to do so.
We'll cross down to Blake Tennant down on the boundary shortly as it looks like it might have been a blood rule just before, but as Matt Day sets himself, he's got a fairly decent run up. Does the former Blackburn man for back-to-back goals in the early stages of this contest for Donvale. Directly in front, 50 metres out, and it's straight through the middle. Matt Day and Donvale have the first 2 goals on the board, 2 straight 12. Surrey Park get to score 3 minutes of play here. Boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's just with that blood rule, boys. Jack McLaren was the one who had the knock there, so a lot of blood going out. So I expect to
Jack
see him
McLaren.
And that's the thing, as I said, Surrey Park weren't able to take advantage of the mistakes that the Donvale back 50 had made, and Donvale were allowed to run that ball at will outside of their forward 50, and hence set up the 2 scoring shots.
Tom Smith nearly sharked Zag's tap once again. That is, he's been reading it impressively, but ended up having to turn tackler, and we have a secondary stoppage. Tap down, now up to Swan, the opposing ruckman, Garvin, chasing for it, Heagney for company. Bouncing ball towards the boundary line. Heagney got to it first. That was very well done. Out to Will Lambert. Kick onto the wing. The flyer was a Surrey Park man, but staying down was McCormack. Handball out, now into dispute. Rouser was there, winning the ball at ground level. Luke Wignall. Now it's Harry Giles towards the goals, and it's just drifted left. So 1 behind to Donvale. They move to 2-1-13. Surrey Park yet to score.
They've switched on very early, Ryan, Donvale here.
They've moved the ball so well from the half-back line into their forward line in the opening few minutes.
As George Haynes will take this kick in for Surrey Park, looks to this broadcast side in the direction of Jasper Mundy and Robert Swan. Mundy got hands on it. It will be paid the free kick. He's got a man running by him, ignores him, decides to go to him now, and that is Ollie Anderson back into the senior lineup last weekend after a good start to the season in the reserves. Goes in the Jake Summers direction. Pell did well to get the spoil in. It spills out now to Adam Cameron, but there's a throw free kick being paid and it's going in the direction of the senior debutant, Joey Rogers. Goes inboard with the kick, and that's the first touch he might want to forget because it's intercepted. Zach Haig goes straight through the middle looking for Jordovic. Didn't take the mark. It falls out now to Hayden Smith, who doesn't have any options. Gets a kick away. And the mark taken on the far side by Hamish Burrell, who's now wearing the number 19. Goes towards Tom Smith right in front of his bench. And will get a push in the back. Free kick will Tom Smith, who's still right in front of his interchange bench. Looks to go the dangerous kick to Can, who's pushed himself up. Playing a bit more defence this year is Nick Can, with Lockie Summers and Jake Summers inside forward 50. He's got a couple of options there. Gets a Shepherd on the mark. Sets sail for home to the left. Surrey Park have their first score on the board, and it's just a minor one. One behind plays 2-1-13 Donvale. 6 minutes gone here, first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Good to see them get an effective inside 50, though, as Otten just sends it straight up the middle. Mark taken, Jordovic. And he's going to go straight to centre half forward as well. They're taking the A1 route here at Donvale, and the goal kicker, Matt Day, already has 2, taking the mark, maybe a little bit too far out to score. No, he's telling the umpire he's going to go for it. Just tried to get a little bit more leverage on the kick towards the top of the goal square. Duncan was there, and it was seen over the line for one behind, and that was by Lachlan Peters.
They might need to look at that Day matchup because he's proving to be a real thorn early on.
The delivery to him has been perfect as well.
As Haynes goes to Connor Ryan. Out wide he goes looking for Lockie Summers. Did really well. Toby Nash had a good start on Summers in these early stages. It's Wignall. Got his way through one tackle.
Ooh.
His kick was smothered there by Connor Ryan.
That's 2 shanks for him. He hasn't had 2 kicks, hasn't he?
No.
He's had 2 shanks.
Wignall,
I should say.
He hasn't had the greatest start, has Wignall. Of course, part of that premiership. I'm not too sure if he was part of the 2017 Division 4 premiership as well, but ball toss back into play. Haig, we might be seeing a fair bit of that today. The ruck gather looking in the Duncan, in fact, Murphy direction. And he takes the strong grab ahead of George Haynes there. 2 of the stalwarts of this Donvale lineup combining. And Nick Murphy is going to go back on the wrong side for a left footer. He's still been superb all season long. Has
embodied him.
Surrey Park cannot afford to let Zach Haig just take dominance in the ruck here.
As Nick Murphy from the tightest of all angles, 20 metres out, drop punt is through. And Donvale have the first 3 goals on the board out here at Surrey Park. They lead 3-2-20. Surrey Park with just the one behind after 8 minutes of play here in the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Bit of shell shock, I reckon, for the Surrey support here, Ryan. I don't think they expected to be already
3 goals down.
3 goals down with 7 minutes played.
No, absolutely not. And they've been caught out of place a few times. They're out of position. They just need to...
they need a goal just to steady the nerves.
You're right.
Robert Swan, he has an uphill battle here against the juggernaut Zach Haig. He goes all right in the ruck, does Swan, but this is a whole different beast. 0 draw there, secondary rock contest, won by Haig, scooped up by Higney, but getting it out of there. That was a good little kick there by Connor Ryan, inside forward 50, in dispute now, scooped up by Surrey Park, heads towards goal, but it hit the boundary post on the bounce, so we'll get a throw in.
They need a goal from this forward 50 entry here, Surrey Park.
It was just rushed there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Probably
really...
had a little more time.
No method there, Jared.
Boundary.
Let's go to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, just the blood brawl that happened with Jack McLaren. He's come back onto the ground. So
I don't think you got my joke, Blake.
So
I think the other bloke's got it, but not you.
There you go. So he's back on the ground.
Secondary stoppage from the forward pocket, and I'm very much looking forward to the antics of those 2 on the boundary line all day. So, tap into open space there. Scooped up now by Fallahay. Got the handball away, but Rouser was able to intercept. Just a bit of messy play there. And still a scrap at ground level. There was no real possession in that. And a ball up in Surrey Park's forward half. So it was Rogers, not Fallahay. My mistake. And we'll get another ball up. 3-2-20, one behind. Surrey Park really fighting for this first goal. Kick towards the goal square, but easily marked in defence. That was Toby Nash, and the chop-out kick is Kyle Higney.
As he looks to go down the line in the Nick Murphy direction in a one-on-one against George Haynes. Haynes did well to spoil it out of bounds for boundary throwing. True centre wing, far side out here at Surrey Park Reserve. Thank you for joining.
Ryan, you can actually see in the first quarter that Donvale are trying to impose their will on this contest and sow the seeds of doubt in Surrey Park's mind.
Swan got it further forward for Surrey Park. It's Rouser with the ground ball to Kyle Higney, who's had a good start to this contest. Dropping the ball nearly there was the Donvale man, but Mundy got it away to Rogers, to Lachlan Summers. He's looking in the Tom Smith direction, who's in a 2-on-1, and the two of Donvale win out. James Pell, as he looks to go straight to Kyle Higney, had plenty of possessions the last couple of minutes, plays on immediately because he's got Nick Day all by himself. Jordovic on the run, looks to go in the Ethan Duncan direction. Peters came in from the side, did really well, but picking up there Matt Day, who can get a third! And he does!
Wow.
Matt Day with a hot start to this contest. The late inclusion is paying dividends for the Vales. 4-2-26 Donvale. Surrey Park just the one behind. 11.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter. They are genuinely shell-shocked out here at Surrey Park.
Well, Brash, it's just too easy off the turnover. They get him off guard. They had players loose all on this side of the wing, and we're able to get over the top and get Day involved. But the kick, you go back to the kick inside 50. How's Tom Smith going to mark that with two taller players behind him, and you kick it on top of his head?
And that ball, you're right, and the ball movement from Donvale there was exquisite, I thought.
He needed Jake Summers to help him out there because he was all by himself, Summers.
I think the problem was, Josh, that Jake Summers is pushing up the ground to try and provide a contest.
So back into the centre. Haig and Swan to resume hostilities. No clear tap down. Swan was able to rove it though. Gets the bouncing handball out. Good tackle laid by Donvale, and it was holding the ball. This is Lambert. Going to send it inside forward 50 once again. Oh, nearly a one-hand. It was a one-handed mark taken. And this time it's Nick Day.
No, I reckon
that's Matt.
Oh, it is Matt again.
That ball hit the ground, I thought.
It is Matt Day, and it did hit the ground according to the umpire. So, Haig taps it down, trying to rove it. Well, it was nearly well done by Surrey Park. There was Lachlan Bacon. They're going to exit defence here are the Panthers, but it's all Donvale at the fall of the ball. Kicking it laterally across the ground. Oh, good mark. Good safe stuff by the Surrey Park defence. They'll kick it onto the wing. Target is Smith. Pushed out by Liardi. That's an infringement. So Smith will take the free kick. They're going to just try and go kick by kick down the line. Wow, that was a shocking one. Spilt out of the hands of Pell, however. And, well, it taken high was Ben Jeffrey, and it will be a free kick to Donvale. That was unnecessary. So this is it. Right half back for Donvale.
Might have been half tempted to call play on then. They had possession, Donvale.
Indeed, yeah, it might have been advantage. Anyway, target was McCormack. Lambert there as well. Swan is going to go for the safety of the boundary line. So we're seeing the results of some panic setting in here. That was a rare mistake by Tom Smith. Wouldn't see him kick the ball like that too often. Haig was able to tap it to a teammate, but a tackle was laid.
That's the difference between the two sides. Donvale's entries into the forward 50 have been advantageous. Unfortunately for Surrey Park, their forward entries or their ball going into forward 50 has been pretty abysmal, really.
And their pressure has also been strong too.
Around the grounds, Noble Park lead Doncaster East 3-1-19 to 2 behinds, and Bourne lead Norwood 12-9.
As Haig took it out of ruck again, but wrapped up immediately there by Connor Ryan, and we'll have this ball thrown up forward of centre for Donvale, around 65 metres out from their goal. There goes Connor Ryan, wrapped up by Braden Bowden. So we've played 14.5 minutes in this first quarter in the Eastland match of the round. Donvale lead 26-1. Three of their first 4 goals going to Matthew Day, the late inclusion. And we'll have another ball up right this time around.
Around the grounds, Boronia lead Mulgrave 27-7. Croydon lead Lilydale 22-6. Heathmont 10, Waverley Blues 2.
As Rouser dances his way past one, goes for home. It's to the left. And a minor score for Donvale. They lead 4-3-27. Surrey Park just the one behind. We've played 15 minutes here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, last week we did see the Waverley Blues pull out ahead like this. It was similar scores. I think Mulgrave might have kicked a goal by this point. Just shows that not all is lost despite a really slow start and a flat-footed showing by Surrey Park so far. Ryan tried to lay the tackle, but it's come out regardless. Out to David Holland. Kicks it to a contest. Tom Smith, he's been around the ball quite a bit, but, oh, gee, the smother there by Donvale. It was Wignall. Kicks it straight to the top of the goal square. Ethan Duncan kicks the goal. That's 5 for Donvale now. Duncan's first. And it's his 48th for the season.
Yeah, very concerning at the moment. And just, they look so dangerous. I mean, that was just body work that he was able to outwork his opponent there to finish off with the goal.
They went from a clean possession there at Surrey Park. All of a sudden, that ball just smothered. I don't think they just reacted too late. They just got completely caught out there, Surrey Park. They thought the ball was going their way.
And Wignall just pickpocketed him.
Then
there was nothing else that they had to offer.
As we go back up in the middle, Allison up against Nick Day. It's Nick Day, the tap down. Naidu's going to run onto it. Did really well to keep it in front of him and looks in the direction of Jake Summers, who's got James Pell for company. Bounced over the top of their heads. Bacon's going to run onto this now. He's got 2 to beat. He manages to get the handball away to Naidu. Out to Cal Garvin. Try to dance his way past Kyle Wignall. And umpire will call for a boundary throw-in. The pressure of Donvale has just been immense to start this contest.
You've hit the nail right on the head, Josh.
And we'll have this ball tossed back into play right in front of us, 50 metres out from the Surrey Park goal line. As from behind, Nick Day. They found Connor Ryan. And then Wignall's wrapped up there by Sam Naidu. We'll have a ball up here. Again, once again, right in front of us in the broadcast position as Allison this time got the tap. Connor Ryan trying to run onto it. It was Liardi who nearly did. This time around, it's Jake McCormack. Got Nick Day, who managed to get a kick away, looking for James Rouser. Doing well there was Angus Sutherland. The 19's captain goes in the direction of Tom Smith. Had 2 to beat, couldn't. Harrison Giles, handball away to Nick Day, who's now under pressure himself, but they managed to work it out through Donvale. Giles managed to get a handball away, but it was an illegal one according to the umpire. Chris Allison's going to have the free kick right in the middle.
Just as well, because they looked like they were going to get another 450 foray there.
It might be another forward 54-way for Surrey Park as he goes in the direction of Jake Summers. Powell again did well. He's had the wood over Summers to start this contest. Smith spun his way out of trouble. Got it to Bacon, who got his hands free. Out to Nick Can. Forced to go on the left. Looking for Lachlan Summers this time around. It fell short of him. And it's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Gee, their forward 50 are not getting anything, sorry.
No, their forwards have to work really hard.
And midfielders are under so much pressure. The disposals just...
It's almost like an avalanche at times, isn't it, Jared?
Indeed. So back into play. Can Surrey Park muster something from this? Giles tried to make sure no, but it's been scooped up. That was well done there by Stone. Just fell short. And now, a shot at goal there by Jonathan Rogers. And it drifted right. Just for the one behind to Surrey Park. They've moved to 2 behinds to 5-3-33.
Just when you needed a goal.
Yeah, it's one of those things. They just need one just to steady the ship. You put the pressure back on Donvale.
That would have lifted the Surrey boys too. Would have been a first senior goal for Jonathan Rogers on senior debut as Maxon takes the kick in. Elects to go to the far side. Got a 2-on-1 in favour of Donvale. It's Pell. And spinning his way out of trouble there as well was Braden Bowden. But getting himself into trouble there was Wignall. But they turn it over. Hayden Smith. Surrey Park now turn it over. And a throw is paid. So bit of a fumbly last couple of minutes as Chris Allison will take this free kick. Goes the short ball to Tom Smith. A look to initiate the switch. Haynes is all by himself, got Can in front of him, decides to ignore him, looks in the direction of Carl Garvin, who got a hand in. It's now Jasper Mundy right on the 50-metre arc, manages to get a handball out. Garvin to Rogers, he's got Can on the run, Goes in the direction of Lockie Summers, who goes the snap and gets it through.
I thought if Adam Cameron might have got his hands up that he could have touched it. I guess he didn't think so.
And Lockie Summers has the first goal for Surrey Park. We're ticking into time on the Panthers 1-2-8. Donvale 5-3-33. They were under pressure, but they managed to work their way out of trouble as we go down boundary side.
I'm going to submit that as a goal of the day contender early in the piece. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, very tucked into that pocket. And they really needed it, obviously. But again, their forward 50 entries, again, right in the boundary line area. Like, they're tough shots to get. They just haven't had the same opportunities where Donvale have when they've gone forward, Brash.
No, they haven't. And like you said, if you're going to go to the boundary line, you're only going to get 1 in 3 goals out of that sort of play.
Well, Zach Haig waited down as his opponent just flew over him. Got the clearance out to Luke Wignall. Centres the ball. Djordjevic was the target. It's going to fall out the back for him. Chasing it is Garvin. He's got Kyle Wignall for company. Scooping it up. That was well done there by Garvin. Now the bouncing ball, Surrey Park's way. It's just eluded a couple of players, fallen into the hands of Adam Cameron. He's going to take a shot towards the top of the goal square. 2-on-1 situation against Donvale. Fallen to ground. Surrey Park, last line of defence. Robert Swan, desperate kick out of there. Mark nearly taken by Wignall. It was. Kyle Wignall takes the intercept mark in his own forward 50, and he's just done some damage to himself and an opponent there. That was quite a collision.
That's
Both of them have come off second best here.
Indeed. That's Burrell, as Hamish Burrell, as Josh just said.
But the one thing you've got to say, though, guys, right, when we're watching the transition of play, what's the most common thing I'm seeing is there's 2 and 3 Donvale players at the ball against Surrey Park players. Surrey just not in it.
Yeah. So Kyle Wignall going for goal. Kicked only 2 goals for the year. Oh no, he's going to pass it off straight to Murphy. And he's taken the long shot. It wasn't quite the bomb he was looking for, so just the one behind to Nick Murphy. Donvale move to 5-4-34. Surrey Park 1-2-8.
Very lucky, Brash. Not a player in sight.
The idea was right, but Surrey cannot afford to let Nick Murphy have an easy shot on goal like that.
Bizarre.
As Haynes goes a really long ball in the Robert Swan direction, risk and reward. It's a reward for Donvale as they look in the Ethan Duncan direction. Great mark! And Jack McLaren is once again down as well.
His knee, I think he's in a bit of trouble here, McLaren, his knee.
And they all get around Ethan Duncan. It does look like his knee.
Oh, he's in I think he's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, that's not good at all.
Yeah, they're all calling for the stretcher.
They're calling for the stretcher.
Because his knee, I think, hit Duncan's midriff.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good at all.
That was courageous by both players. They never took their eye off the ball.
You might have a bit of a stoppage in plays. That's it's definitely something you don't like to see.
Yeah, better get the stretcher out here.
We can do some scores around the grounds while we wait for the stretcher at the moment. Churnside Park lead Forest Hill 21-6. Kilsyth lead Croydon North 15-1. Whitehorse and Scoresby all tied at 12 apiece. We'll jump into some games in Division 3 around the grounds. Having a look, Ferntree Gully lead Upper Ferntree Gully 19-8. Coldstream 25 Knox 12. And then in Division 1, Mitcham were very inaccurate in the first term, kicking 0 goals 5 to Murrelbach's 3 straight, as we wait for a few more to load up on the screen. But they've been able to cut back that margin. No, they haven't actually. Murrelbach 31-5 over Mitcham. What? South Belgrave lead Montrose by 2 points, 17-15. Park Orchards 38-1 Turner South 2. Beaconsfield lead North Ringwood 13-12.
I'm a bit worried
no
about
updates from Bayswater.
A bit worried about that Park Orchards One Turner game. That could be a big result there for Park Orchards coming up.
That could get ugly in that game. Norwood versus Baldwin. Baldwin lead Norwood 41-9.
That's all over.
That does look like it's over. Vermont lead Blackburn 19-14. Noel Park lead Doncaster East 19-14 as we go boundary side to John O'Ven.
Gents, just on Jack McLaren, it looks like an ambulance is being called for him, or at least a request has been to do so, because it looks like the Surrey Park runner has just, given his view of events, and it sounds pretty bad, but we'll probably have more to say soon.
Jeez, I think it might be a broken leg.
Yeah, rough situation here. Our thoughts go out to Jack McLaren, of course.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you absolutely do. This is
such an important player to their side as well.
Definitely.
The fact that they've already down on some players who aren't in the lineup at the moment makes it even harder for the club at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We've got an update out of Berwick versus Roval. Roval leading by 2 points, 8-6. And we'll keep you updated on those other scores around the grounds. East Ringwood, South Croydon's a twilight fixture, so we won't get any updates from that game this afternoon. In Division 2, East Burwood are out to a quick start, 23 to Ringwood 7. Waverley Blues lead Heathmont 14-12. Croydon lead Lilydale 22-13. And Mulgrave made a bit of a fight back, 27-39, the Hawks.
Okay. Is that still the first quarter?
Still the first quarter, could be quarter time. I'm not 100% sure. In this game here, obviously, we still wait for the
I think it is
the go here.
I think it is definitely a broken leg. I've just been told before, so it's
that's terrible news.
One of the ugly parts of our game, no doubt.
Yeah. And it was one of those instances, just two players going at the ball. It was just one of those.
Yeah,
it just happens. It's hard to. It's hard to avoid. So
neither took a back step, and you can understand that both are just McLaren getting on the wrong end of it, unfortunately. So just a score update for those that have tuned in. Donvale, 5 of the first 6 goals of this game, 5-4-34. They lead Surrey Park 1-2-8. Quickly going through the goal kickers. Matthew Day with 3 singles, Ethan Duncan and Nick Murphy, and the only goal kicker for Surrey Park, Lachlan Summers.
Absolutely, and with a chance of reset for Surrey Park, I'll probably have a look at a few things at the moment. I think one thing that's really hurting them at the moment is when they turn over the footy, they've got no numbers behind back in the back line, and they've been out of place. That Duncan in that area was all by himself, and that's why McLaren had to come in from the side and try and make a contest there. So they've got to be careful, because as soon as they turn the ball over, they've been exposed every single time, and that's how Donvale plays, and that's how strong they are, and they get a lot of their run off the half-back line. As we'll go back down to the boundary if John O'Van has an update on the incident on the ground.
Well, I don't have an update on the situation with Jack McLaren, but we noticed a moment ago that Hamish Burrell also has got a bit of a knock. He might be ready to come back on soon. He's just having a walk around the bench as we speak. He was in the hands of the trainers, but in terms of I guess incidents within a moment of each other, he'll probably come out.
Interestingly, it looks like the 2 captains are out there talking with umpire Morris DeVincentis about where this game and what's happening. I'm expecting they're probably going to be making some sort of decision shortly.
Yeah.
What would happen in this situation? Would it be a shorter quarters or something along those lines? Or
normally, what happens, Ryan, is I think they're still obligated to make sure that if an ambulance is called, that the player is looked after first. Then I think the game either will restart with a later finish, or it'll depend on what the league rules are.
Just looking at the we didn't actually run a replay on it, but I did have a look back at the footage for that moment. It definitely looks in a bad way. It looks almost like a UFC type injury from the shin. So definitely an ambulance has been called, and they'll probably, I don't know that they'll take it onto the field, but they'll get a gurney out there.
Well, they're just clearing the gates out there as well, so I reckon the ambulance will
they're sending someone up to meet the ambulance too.
So.
And that's on that far side of the goals out there, Josh, is that right?
Yeah, that's on the far side. So we cross down bench side to John O'Van.
Looks like we got a bit of an update from that chat with the captains and the umpire, and it seems that no extra time in particular has been given to warming up. I'm not sure what's been said in regards to the quarter time break, but once the ambulance is up, then the players can start a warm up again before they recommence But, unless something else has happened, which we might be able to touch base and just see if there's any other information at hand. But as far as we're aware, once the ambulance shows up, then there'll be a brief warm-up period, but not too long.
Probably what will happen is the timekeepers will be keeping note of the time that the game has actually stopped.
Yep.
And obviously when time is resumed or allowed to resume, they'll probably add that time on back to the first quarter. So in essence, we probably could be looking at maybe a 55, 56-minute first quarter.
And it looks like the ambulance has actually just arrived
Good,
here,
which is good.
Which is great. Great. And
I'm sure his great-grandfather, Don McLaren, who I know very well, will be very concerned, and because
he's out there,
on the ground.
Which is good. Because his father, Scott, I believe, is in Adelaide this afternoon with the AFL umpires as their... great footballing family in McLaren's.
Yeah.
Scott was a fantastic AFL umpire, umpired with distinction. Good stock.
Yeah, they are coming out now, which is good.
And that's really good.
That's how good the ground is.
Yeah,
that is how good the ground is.
And it's good though that the ambulance can drive onto the ground without, upsetting. They don't have to carry him so far.
Well, that's right. Yeah. It's a much easier to get into the van as well.
I think we'll go to a brief ad break.
Yeah. All right.
We've still got a bit of time, and when we return, the first quarter of action will resume out here between Surrey Park and Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Surrey Park Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. We've just had a stoppage in play due to a serious injury to Jack McLaren. We're hearing it could potentially be a broken leg for McLaren. So We'll keep it. Players are just warming up now for Surrey Park. Donvale are just about to start warming up, so we might get some play soon. Joshua Deere alongside Jared Beanland, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long.
Yeah, interestingly, as bad as what this incident is, you probably think for Surrey Park it probably could have come at a better time for them.
Yeah.
Because Donvale they were surging, Ryan.
Boys, we've got another player.
Shahan Kadaj Dawn.
He looks like he's done a collarbone here.
I think that so. Most likely, Surrey Park are going to be down 2 rotations. They're definitely down 1, and it looks like it'll be 2. So
that normally is a collarbone.
It's going to be a big task for Surrey Park if they are to come back into this game.
Especially when you're down 2 rotations, and we're not even at quarter time.
Correct, against a side who is on absolutely fire. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure.
No, I didn't see that either.
No, I didn't see it. I saw him just before, and he was looked like it just had a sling across him. So. We're still waiting for Jack McLaren to get into the ambulance.
What do you think James Kenworthy would have, as the coach, what do you think he would have said to his charges right in that little break? I mean, because technically what's going to happen is we're probably going to play another 10 or 11 minutes and then it's going to be a proper quarter time. What does he tell his players in this sort of mini break that they're going to have to do? Because when we come back, Duncan's going to have another shot on goal, potentially to be putting them 32 points up. So I'm thinking that it almost seems like, Ryan, that in days gone by, you go back to a man-on-man, but in fact, I don't think that old-fashioned style is going to work for Surrey Park here.
I don't know if it's going to work against the likes of Duncan and Murphy, because when they've had those one-on-one opportunities, they've been outbodied them. Yeah. They've just got to be a lot more careful when they do. I mean, they've got to be a lot more careful with the footy first thing first, because as soon as they've turned it over, and they've turned it over a lot, they've been hurt on the rebound. So, first of all, take care of the footy, make sure they make the right options going forward, use the ball well, the right targets up forward, which haven't been used, their kicking efficiency hasn't been great. And then when Donvale does have the footy at the half-back line, they've got to be very aware of how quickly they'll move that footy, and from the transition from half-back to the forward line, they've got to be much more careful.
Josh, the question I would say, and going on from what Ryan said, do you think it might be better, rather than Surrey Park try and pinpoint and try and kick the ball long against a defensive unit that's bigger and stronger, rather than probably trying to hit the player on the chest, do you reckon it might be better if they kick the ball to open space to let their forwards run onto the ball and make Donvale chase them, rather than giving them the opportunity to set up for the spoil?
Well, I certainly think so, because obviously you got the 2 tall targets in the Summers brothers, Lachlan and Jake, but even then they're probably quicker than, or as quick as someone like a James Pell and a Toby Nash. So, and Jasper Mundy, he's someone that can definitely be can go along the ground.
Definitely. Tom Smith's the other one. Yeah. When they've gone to him multiple times, they're kicking it on top of his head. He's not a very tall person. No. But as you said, Brash, kicking into space, he'll outwork his opponent. He'll be able to find the footy and be able to use it quite well.
It almost feels like, Josh, that for as good as Tom Smith is, it almost seems like that he probably could do with an off-season in the gym, right, just to build his body up a little bit so he doesn't get pushed off the ball. But he doesn't want to get too bulked up. He just want to keep that good muscle tone, so he still retains his speed, because he still looks like he's very raw around the edges. But, I mean, there's no doubting his footy now.
Definitely.
You got any scores?
We will go around the grounds across the divisions as Jack McLaren is currently heading into the ambulance. Roeville 27 to Berwick 7. Noble Park lead Doncaster East by 4 points, 20 to 16. Baldwin 44 to Norwood 9. Blackburn lead Vermont 27 to 19. That East Ringwood South Croydon game, as we said, is a twilight fixture, so that will be played at 4:45 p.m. if you're around East Ringwood at that stage. Bayswater lead Doncaster 27 to 7. Beaconsfield over North Ringwood 34 to 13. Mooroolbark Mitcham's the surprise 32 to 6. The Tigers trail the Mustangs. Montrose back in front against South Belgrave 27 to 23. Park Orchards lead Wanturna South 47-9. That margin certainly
It's
will
blowing
be,
out.
quite heavy across the afternoon. Mulgrave, as we said, fought back against Boronia 28-41. Croydon lead Lilydale 22-19. Waverley Blues lead Heathmont 20-19. East Burwood leading Ringwood 26-7. We'll jump into Division 3 and some scores around the grounds in this division here. Ferntree Gully 37, Upper Ferntree Gully 10. Josh, we were on the money on that one. The
So
Gully
far
at
you
home.
are.
Hunch is right.
We'll see if they can hold on from here. Coldstream lead Knox with a big margin 43-12. No update from the Oakley District Warrandyte game. We'll just go into Division 4 before we cross down to the boundary. Churnside Park 43 to Forest Hill 7. A handy lead there. Kilsyth 29 to Croydon North 7, and Whitehorse lead Scoresby 19-14. John O'Ven on the boundary.
Just a bit of an injury update, gents, for Surrey Park. So Hamish Burrell just suffered a corking in his right leg, and unfortunately Shahan Kudaj Don will play no further part in the game. He's done his shoulder.
So that's 2 rotations down for Surrey Park, and Ethan Duncan has a chance to make it a 32-point advantage with the set shot.
The other thing is Burrell's going to have to run that Corky out now.
Yeah.
Right, because they're going to need him on the bench. So he's probably going to be feeling a little bit sore there for a while.
He's definitely just on that. He's definitely used this time to recover well. Looks like he's run it off quite well. He's managed to come back onto the ground and join in with the warm up, which I might add, Donvale just came over to the Surrey Park bench and just said to bring the boys out on the bench because obviously they didn't really move, because obviously if they did, they'd have players on the ground in technical circumstances, but in these circumstances, good sportsmanship prevailed. So all the players were able to warm up under these particular circumstances here down on ground level.
It's going to be very tough to see a way they come back into this game at the moment with 2 down, and Donvale have just been outstanding. They've brought the pressure early on, Jared, and their work rate has been first class.
Their disposal's been excellent as well. Their pressure, I don't know, it's been a complete performance by Donvale, and they have the stars to pull it off as well. The goal kicking ability up forward is just the best in the division by far, and probably better than a few Division 2 sides as well, Brash.
I think so, and I think the other thing too, Jared, is the fact that I think in terms of, a quarter of football that you want to finish and say goodbye to forever, this will be the quarter that Surrey Park will want to say goodbye to, right? And then just all of a sudden, forget about what happened in the first quarter, come out and try and win the next quarter. But I guess it was like Kevin Collins said at when they played them the last time, they just chipped away at the score. But I think this is a little bit more different, Josh. I just feel that that Surrey are going to have to keep them scoreless and outscore them 2-1.
Yeah,
and that's going to be hard with two lack of rotations.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and they're going to have to do that for the.
But the other thing is too, then that means, look, in essence, if they play the game that they're playing right into Donvale's hands. So they've got to now come up with a different game plan, right? That's going to get them through this game. Right, and obviously they've got to try and play in a way, right, that tries to deny Donvale the least or the most amount of possession.
Absolutely. I think it's going to have to be a little bit more, and not speaking to the injuries that have just happened, of course, I think it's going to have to be a bit more bruise-free and uncontested for Surrey Park, because they are getting outworked at the contested ball. They are getting pushed off the ball, out-muscled, and I think they need to just rely on their foot skills and their marking ability, try and use the space in the ground, because I struggle to see them out marking Donvale in marking contests as well. Yeah. So they have to thread the eye of the needle when it comes to the game plan.
Because
today.
the way I'm seeing the way this game sort of is going to pan out, Donvale will take a very, very healthy lead into quarter time, and put this way, Donvale are going to go for broke in the second quarter, and they're going to want to put this game right out of Surrey Park's reach.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right, and what did we speak about with Kevin Collins at the start about starting well? Their first quarters is probably their one negative, if you had to say, this season.
They've won 3.5 quarters.
And they've kicked 5 of the first 6.
Yep. They're definitely going to win this first quarter here.
But the thing is, though, I mean, look, the game hasn't played out yet, so we can only go on what we've seen so far. And Donvale have definitely been streets ahead of Surrey Park. So, but the one thing you know about Surrey Park, they won't chuck the towel in.
No, they won't. No.
But the thing is, if they happen to go down and go down convincingly this afternoon, then that sort of suggests to me that even they, for as well as what they've been going, they're going to have to find a little bit more, right? If they really are going to seriously challenge Donvale, especially if they make it to the grand final.
It's Jack McLaren, just an update. Jack McLaren has now been moved to the stretcher, so he'll be, and his teammates are all getting around him, which is always great to see. And it looks like the Donvale players are also getting around him as well.
That's great.
So, it's great to see the past players in there really supporting the club too. There's a genuine concern in the rooms there. You know, I think a few of the past players and people in there, Josh, are probably a little shell-shocked. I don't think they saw this start coming.
No, definitely
that's fantastic from the Donvale Footy Club too.
Yeah,
applause there. If whoever missed it, who might have been listening or just in the other room while having this on, the Donvale team came up a bit of a distance away from the ambulance and applauded Jack McLaren and gave their respects to what he's done. Or what's happened to him.
And that's the thing about this competition, the FNL competition, the camaraderie amongst all the clubs, amongst all the players. Look, they realise that football's a contact sport and things happen, right? And there are accidents, but at no time is there really any malice or untoward, right? And there is genuine, when a player really does go down for either side, there is genuine concern from both sides, and they do acknowledge that and do their best to what they can.
Absolutely, it's empathy, because I can imagine that there are plenty of players. You know, they all have had injuries. They all have remembered the tough times, and the rehab and all the things that they would have had to go through to get their body back in order. And they know that perhaps it's going to be a bit of a quite a long time before Jack McLaren is back playing footy. Which again, that's empathy as well. Everyone out here, they love playing footy, and they're sad for another bloke who's gone down who won't be able to play it for quite a while now.
Is Blake on the around the Donvale bench?
Blake?
Hey, Blake, you at the Donvale bench?
I don't think he is, actually.
Playing Where's Wally at the moment.
Sorry, Brush, I'm at the boundary. No, I'm not at the Donvale bench, no, just observing what's going on, because it's quite shocking what's happening. What's up, Brush?
I was just wondering, what's the word what's the word on the ground from what you're hearing, mate?
All I'm hearing at the moment is exactly what Jono's been told.
Right.
That's the only thing I've been told, really. But the players are just in good spirits at the moment. As you know, it's pretty tough what's going on at the moment, Brush.
Yes.
So I'll definitely be going into hearing out what Donvale has to say, Brush.
As Hamish Sproul has just come alongside us, it still looks like he's slightly under an injury cloud. So that could be.
Gordy, we're saying that, you know, obviously Surrey Park are down 2 rotations, but I'm going to say at this stage they're down 2.5, because I'm really not liking the look of this from Hamish Burrell. Unfortunately, he's just still hobbling a bit, which isn't great. So it adds to the injury woes.
You're right, because at any time it's hard to run a corky out. Right, especially straight away, especially when they want you to put ice on it first. That's the first form of treatment, because you've got to get the blood moving away from.
It is somewhat a blessing in disguise, obviously, for the clock to stop as much as it has.
Just a follow-up too for listeners. So There'll be Duncan, mark, and kick for this one too. So Duncan probably would have the ball unless the umpire wants to bowl it up. Due to the delay, I don't know what they're going to be doing.
No,
but
he'll be taking
his shot.
He's taking this set shot.
Yeah, so there you go.
Before we obviously get back into play, credit to the ambulance and the medical service there doing a fantastic
Trainers
job.
as well.
Trainers as well doing a fantastic job. Ambulance was very quick on the scene.
Yeah, efficient but also careful. They obviously
That's
took
right.
all the care that they needed to get Jack McLaren safely into the ambulance.
Here we go.
Restart.
As Ethan Duncan will line up. It's been a long 20 minutes or so between mark and kick at goal. Donvale to stretch the lead as we return back to the footy at hand, but it's just drifted out left. And a bit of a let-off for Surrey Park at this late stage in the first quarter.
I almost feel like that if Duncan had kicked it when he originally kicked it, he probably would have kicked the goal.
Yeah, potentially.
As George Haynes takes this kick in, dropped the mark there, did the Surrey man in Oz Anderson. Might be out of bounds. It is now right in front of the Donvale bench, around 65 metres out from their goal. So a 50-minute first quarter. Due to that injury, of course, to Jack McLaren. The Vales lead 5-5-35 to 1-2-8 Surrey Park. If you're just joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 or Facebook and YouTube, as Surrey Park get this clearance, Naidu just try to keep it in front of him, but Zach Haig with the big tap, looking in the direction of Nick Murphy as he goes deeper inside 50 to Ethan Duncan. Braden Bowden lurking around this ball. It's Cantor who got a handball away to Angus Sutherland as he goes down the line looking for Jasper Mundy. Liardi's going to run onto this on true centre wing far side and look inboard. He's got two players all by himself. One of those players is Adam Cameron right in the middle of Surrey Park Reserve. Summers manning the mark. Bites off the short ball, and it was a really good ball at that to Nick Day as he goes inside 50 in the direction of his brother. And Matt Day, remarkably in this first quarter, has a chance to kick his fourth goal.
Gee, that was really good play by
That
Donvale,
was,
Ryan. They really split the eye of the needle there. They showed so much poise. They had plenty of time,
And
they
the perfect kick.
Perfect
Kick every time today.
It was the perfect three kick pass there.
There's Matt Day from a very slight angle, kicking from the 45-metre arc. Goal umpire does not move. 4 goals for Matt Day, 6 goals for Donvale. 6-5-41, the Vale, Surrey Park 1-2-8.
Well, this is... Sorry, go.
51 and a half minutes right here in this first quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
Well, this is scary, isn't it, gents? It's just another string to Donvale's bow. Matt Day, this is his first senior game for the year, and he's kicked 4 goals in one quarter. Add that to players like Ethan Duncan, 48 goals for the year, Nick Murphy, 26.
He's probably counting all his Christmases in.
Absolutely.
Fair income.
Jordovic as well, he's kicked 18 goals for the year. There is so much potency up in Donvale's forward liners. We return to the centre as the first quarter of the game is just slowly running out. Will Lambert trying to paddle the ball to himself. His captain Rouser took a hold of it, got the handball out to Wignall. He was tackled before he got it. Tom Smith, he was tackled before he got it, or pushed in the back, in fact. And he'll take the free kick from centre half back for the Panthers. Wearing the royal blue with the red V today, Surrey Park Panthers, a touch of their heritage. Out on the wing, dropped mark, but scooped up. I think this is Haynes. Kick towards centre half forwards. No mark taken. It's falling out of the back. Summers had to turn tackler. Holland at ground level gets a short chipping ball out to Giles, and he's just going to send a barrel up to centre half forward, and Murphy just stands, or Duncan just stands underneath it, and easy as you like, into his chest. Nick Murphy was running past with a handball, just ran into trouble, and guess who? Nick Day puts the Jets on. And he's just run too far. Oh.
He kicked that too, didn't he?
Oh, no. Could have been a 5th goal of the quarter for Nick Day, but the umpire said, no, you stop right there.
Some divine intervention there.
George Haynes with this free kick on the far side, goes short. Sliding mark taken by Robert Swan. Still in his defensive 50 out here. The former Woorolloc man come across to Surrey Park from Woorolloc this season. Goes down the line. Stone parked underneath this. Naidu on the ground. Got to kick away. And Rogers just thumps it on the boot in the direction of Lockie Summers. It went over the top of him, and it's seen out of bounds right in front of the scoreboard. 54 minutes played here in this first quarter. Donvale lead 6-5-41 to 1-2-8. Surrey Park in the Eastland match of the round. Top of the table, Division 3 clash. The Vales stamping their authority as we go down boundary side.
One of the longest stints on the bench, unfortunately, for Surrey Park finally ends. Hayden Smith back on the ground for someone else. Sorry, I didn't get it.
Can't do that.
Sorry, Anderson. Anderson's the man who came off.
As a sling tackle free kick is being paid in the direction of Adam Cameron, who's right in front of the scoreboard. Goes down looking for Nick Day. Flew. Couldn't take the mark. Can on the ground. Pinged. And the free kick going in the direction of Donvale. It's Jordovic who managed to get a handball away but turns it over. Rogers to Sutherland. In fact, taking that ball there was Warboys as there goes the quarter time siren. A very long first quarter comes to an end. And it's the Donvale Magpies with a massive 33-point advantage. 6-5-41 to Surrey Park 1-2-8. Jared Beanland with the goal kickers.
I kept calling him Nick Day. In fact, it was Matt Day in the number 12 there. Kicked 4 goals for Donvale, as I said, quite scary. Ethan Duncan kicked the 1 and missed another. Nick Murphy as well with 1 for Donvale. And just the 1 goal for Surrey Park, it was Lachlan Summers.
We're going to go to a break here. Another break in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll bring you the second quarter of action out here at Surrey Park Reserve between Surrey Park and Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Surrey Park Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. As we cross down boundary side, it's Donvale that lead 41-8 down to John O'Van.
Thanks very much. I've got James Kenworthy with me. And, well, James, a very unfortunate first quarter, but we can start off on a lighter note. I noticed in the reserves game, did you have a goal from the pocket there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, good to get one.
Indeed. I noticed that, despite the circumstances, the quarter time break was a rather upbeat one, and you're asking your boys to, to do it for Jack and to enjoy these next 3 quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. We're already down 2 and almost down to 1 on the bench, so it's going to be on all these guys out there to really fly the flag and get it done for Jack.
So do we think that Hamish Burrow will still get up, or is he perhaps not in a good way?
He'll give it a crack. We sort of need him, so he'll just pinch hit where he can.
All right, all the best, James Kenworthy. All the best for the game. Back to you guys.
Thank you to Jono Van George here alongside Jared Beanland, Wayne Basham, Ryan Long, and we're going to cross down to Blake Tennant, who was at the Donvale huddle.
Yes, I was. Kevin Collins said it was a very unique quarter. We know how unique that was, a very unique quarter. He also touched on as well Zach Haig, how much of an impact he's having this quarter just as well, and he thought that Donvale got ahead on the stoppage point of view count there, and he also thought that they're really using the forward line pretty well. Of course, as we've heavily touched on with the 2 forwards down there, they're working really well, and it's just been an all-team performance. But as he said, it's just 1 quarter. 1 quarter does not change football. It just shows where they're going to win for the next, and the one after that, and the other one after that. So very happy down there at Donvale.
You can understand that, a 6-1 opening quarter as we get set for the second quarter of action out here at Surrey Park Reserve in this top of the table Division 3 clash. We're just waiting on the final couple of patrons to...
I'll just go through a couple of scores while we're waiting. Bayswater, Doncaster all tied up now on 34 apiece. Beaconsfield 36 and North Ringwood 19. Murrelbuck's margin has been cut down to 21 points with the Tigers kicking the last 2 goals.
Sorry.
Go for it. A new contender in the ruck for Haig is Allison. And it's going to be Surrey Park to get the clearance down at centre half forward. Taken though by Donvale. Kick out into space, onto the wing. Higney's going to chase it. He's chased in turn now. And... well, he was able to hand it off to a teammate, but it's out in the full. So Hayden Smith put enough pressure on there, and it's going to be Angus Sutherland to bring it back in. Short kick. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Out of the hands. It was nearly Otten, but Tom Smith came through for Surrey Park, and a high ball by Summers. Into the 50, and a good mark taken. Gee, that was an unlikely one. Very well done by Oliver Anderson.
I think that's Connor Ryan.
Connor Ryan, in fact. I saw the 8, not the 3.
Really, no player of either side really wanted a bar of that football.
No, you're right.
I think they were all a little bit worried about how high that ball was going.
So, for the start that Surrey Park needs to cut this margin down, shave a little bit of it off. Oliver Anderson, that was a shocking kick. But it came right back. Jeez. I don't know what I saw.
You saw a shank that went through for a goal.
Jeez. Well done, Ollie Anderson. First goal of the second quarter goes to Surrey Park. Let's go boundary side.
Just adding on to the things that James Kenworthy said during the quarter time address. That's exactly what he wants. He wants the boys to put a smile on their face and to get around these next 3 quarters because he was really happy with what happened after the Jack McLaren incident. So hopefully things look up for him here for Surrey Park.
So could that spark Surrey Park? Smith danced his way past one, got the handball away to Cal Garvin. They get another forward 50 entry to Summers, who nearly took the mark. Will get the free kick though. And Jake Summers, this is definitely within his distance.
Actually, you sure that was Anderson? I thought it might have been Ryan.
It was Connor Ryan, in fact.
Sorry, Josh.
That's all good.
And Jared?
The jumper number changes, causing a bit of havoc, that's for sure, out here.
Summers should kick this. It's a lovely kick for goal. They can kick this one. That gives them some great confidence early in this second quarter.
The former Donny East man come back to the club after he last played for Surrey Park back in 2012 with his slow, deliberate approach. And it's missed, only just though. It was a beautiful kick off the boot, but just drifts to the left, and Surrey Park move 2-3-15. Donvale 6-5-41. 3 minutes gone here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
But they've got to be very happy with the first 3 minutes of football.
They've just got to just keep playing the way they are, just to keep Donvale honest.
Positive signs for Surrey Park, but the kick, well, it split the middle and nearly Luke Wignall took it, but Surrey Park win it back with a bit of pressure. That was good. Mundy was involved, and now the kick out into the wing finds Hayden Smith. Shares it around with Nick Can. His kick is a well-weighted one in the end, but the punch from Max Otten came from behind it. It was important because Lachlan Summers, that is, was racing for it. Boundary throw in. Close to the Aqualink end, Surrey Park's end for this quarter. Taken straight out of the ruck there. That was well done for Surrey Park.
Allison.
And it was Allison, and the kick has gone straight into the forward pocket. Mark taken this time by Jake Summers.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get much sympathy there for an angle there, Jake, because you actually did take it on the boundary line. He's not going to give you a straight kick.
So
now you're going to kick in right angles.
Well, we'll see how he goes with this one. Oh. Slams it into the woodwork. 2-4-16 to 6-5-41. Nearly 4.5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Surrey Park peppering away.
And that goalpost might be shaking for the next couple of minutes. It impacted it very hard as Harrison Giles on the far side looks in the direction of Luke Wignall up against 3 and going to get the free kick right in front of the Surrey Park bench and right in front of our 2 boundary riders, Blake Tennant, Jono Van down there on ground level as Luke Wignall will go inside 50. Looking for Nick Murphy. He's in a 2-on-1. Can couldn't take the mark. Rogers, handball was intercepted. Rouser went the kick off the ground. So did Murphy. Giles, it was Rogers. Showed glimpses on his debut and got the handball away to Tom Smith. He's got a 2-on-1. The one Robert Swan. And the intercept mark taken by Donvale as they go again to the far side, looking in the direction of Jordovic. Falls short of him. Up against Angus Sutherland. And Sutherland took him down, holding the ball, says the umpire. And the 19's captain will take this free kick right in front of his interchange bench.
Great story, Angus.
As he looks to play on immediately. Goes down the line, might have turned it over. He has to Maxon, who goes through the middle to Cole Heagney, who's almost got a paddock ahead of him. He gives it off now to Kyle Wignall, over the top to Nick Murphy. 2 stalwarts combining. Murphy managed to get a kick away. Bumping his opponent off the ball there was Smith, but Lambert still did well as they go inside 50. Sutherland backing back. Duncan took him down. And
yeah, I'm not surprised.
There's a bit going on here off the ball.
Not surprised that Surrey Park are unhappy with that.
But that was brave by Angus to stand under the hole. He knew he was going to cop something.
And it's not going to be 50, but...
How?
How not, yeah.
It will be.
It was a high hit and late.
Has to be.
There's got to be some sort of penalty here. You can't just turn around and say nothing happened.
Yeah, let's go boundary side.
Yellow card right now, Ethan Duncan.
He's gone.
Yep.
So why is it not 25?
Yeah, doesn't that include a 25?
It
Isn't
should
it a package deal?
Yeah, you guys are on the money there. It should be 25.
Oh, well.
It's whether or not the stand rule's in force as well, guys, because I was under the impression a couple of years ago it wasn't.
So spearing ball by Sutherland after not receiving the 25-metre penalty for that late hit by Duncan. It finds Mundy, kicks it onto the wing, and a whistle's gone from that marking contest. It's going to go the way of Surrey Park. So bit of rubber the green in some circumstances here for the Panthers. An inside forward 52-on-1 situation. That was well done by Pell. Came across with the punch. Now scooped up by Otten. Jordovic was the target there. Well worked in the marking contest by Surrey Park, though. Attacking it. Now Donvale paddling it forward. Scooping it up. Harry Giles. Long, aggressive handball. This time it's Nick Day, and he scores a goal now. So Donvale get one against the runner play. That's 7-5-47 to Surrey Park, 2-4-16. We've got 7.5 minutes in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The back line overcommitted there again, Ryan.
A little bit, and again they were caught out once
they were.
Turned the footy over. It's been the tale of the day at the moment.
You'd almost feel like that Summers really needed to kick one of those 2 goals.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden it's just taken it's just deflated the tyres just a little bit. That was their first forward 50, really, in the quarter.
The pressure has been a lot different in the second quarter.
Yeah, it has been.
It's back up in the middle we go. Haig against Allison. Allison won that tap down, but Haig won the clearance. Inside 50. Sutherland parked underneath this. Couldn't take the mark. Jordovic on the ground. Peters tried to garnish a handball from the pack. He did. Got it out to George Haynes, whose chipping ball will just trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw in just outside 50 for Surrey Park.
Actually, that's probably the best thing that could have happened there for Surrey Park. Haynes' kick there because they really didn't have any other option.
So boundary throw in 50 metres out from Donvale goal as Allison went down to Smith in the direction of Jake Summers, who flew and took a strong mark. He's on. He doesn't. Rogers calling for it a true centre half forward. He's on true centre wing, far side is Summers. Launches inside 50 in the Swan direction. He picks up the ground ball. Gets ball to boot, but it's going to be turned over here. Now it looks like it's Toby Nash who's got Nick Day short, finds him. Looks to play on immediately because he's got a player out. That player there was Tom Goldsmith who'll get the free kick. Coming in late there was Nick Can. Heagney looked to take the advantage, but didn't. As
not only they get hurt on the switch, Surrey Park, but then they get hurt on the turnovers as well. They just create. They know how to create space, Donvale.
As Goldsmith goes inside 50. 3-on-2 in favour of Surrey, but it's Donvale who win out. Connor Ryan on hands and knees. Naidu manages to pick it up cleanly and get it away to Lachlan Bacon, weaving his way out of trouble to Allison. Now out to Cal Garvin, who has space in front of him. Decides to go to handball to Lachlan Summers, who's nearly run down. Forced to get it on the boot, and James Pell parked underneath this takes the intercept mark.
So Pell kick laterally towards Otten. Oh, he was met heavily by Summers, and that was front-on contact. But not the worst free kick to give away.
Actually, I reckon that was a very good free kick away.
Yeah, it really stopped Donvale's run there. So now Smith in a marking contest against Goldsmith. Just come to ground level. Nick Can out the back. Little handball over the shoulder. Once again, a little bit lairish, but Donvale to win it. Hard against the boundary line. They were able to get the kick away, and Murphy just steams out and takes a mark at knee level.
He's such a man mountain, Murphy. You just don't know how to... At times, you really don't know how to play him.
Yeah, and there wasn't much he could have done really there. That was a very tough mark too. Like, he had to really get down to take that one.
You almost need a really agile full-back that can run off him, not try and go one-on-one in body strength.
Nick Murphy, the spearhead for the Magpies, kicks it from the 50-metre arc. And has it just gone over the boundary line? The reserves behind the goals don't think so, nor does the umpire. It's a goal from Nick Murphy, and that's his second of the day. Did not go over the goalpost.
I think the goal umpire was in very good position there. It's not like that he was just standing in the middle of the goal. He was watching that ball all the way.
Some scores around the grounds. Bronya lead Mulgrave 73-41. Lilydale in front of Croydon 42-23.
Ooh.
And Heathmont in front of Waverley Blues 46-27.
Hey, see, that's a big...
Couple of upsets brewing in Division 2.
And
Tide's turned with Waverley, I feel.
East Burwood handy lead over Ringwood.
Back up in the middle we go. Zach Haig won that tap down. Ryan got it in front of him, but turned it over to Wignall. Just shrugged past Lachlan Summers and heads in the direction of Matt Day. He's got Jasper Mundy for company now. And Can was taken high. Free kick going to the Division 4 leading goal kicker from last season. Got on a new role in defence has Nick Can. Still kicked a couple of goals this season as his kick was a dangerous one. Sutherland's going to be paid the mark. At the left half back flank, they look to take advantage, Surrey Park, but the umpire will call for it back as he's got a player calling for it on the far side in George Haynes, ignores him, decides to go in the direction of Zach Stone. Now he decides to go to George Haynes with a backwards lateral kick. He's right in front of us, goes back in board, the kick was dangerous and going to be turned over. Mark taken by Luke Wignall, who played on. Got past Garvin, sends it inside 50. Nick Murphy in a 2-on-1. gave away the free kick to Nick Can. And he's had a couple of possessions the last couple of minutes. Nick Can takes this free kick, goes with the ball in the middle of the ground to Zach Stone. Got Jasper Mundy running for him on this broadcast side. He uses him, goes short to Jake Summers. Took the mark, got a couple of one-on-ones deep inside forward 50. One of those plays is Tom Smith, who's going to fly. And that was almost effervescent there from Tom Smith. And he can go back and kick the goal, a crucial goal for Surrey Park.
Yeah, must-kick goal. But you go back to that contest on Nick Murphy. That's how you want to play it when you get someone to float in front. Obviously, with how quickly they're turning over the ball and they're moving, they haven't had too many opportunities to have that. But that is the setup you want.
It's a brave man to float in front of Nick Murphy.
Yeah, very brave.
Props to Nick Can for that one.
But unfortunately, you've got to take risks.
As Tom Smith comes in from directly in front. Goal umpire had to move a little bit, but it still goes through the middle. Surrey Park, a much-needed goal. Margin back down to 31 points. 3-4-22, the Panthers. Donvale, 8-5-53. 14 minutes gone, second quarter. That's Tom Smith's 21st goal for the season.
At least Surrey Park are trying to run around the ground and create a bit more space.
Boundary.
Go on, Blake.
Yeah, I reckon, boys, that might have clipped the post. I just have a slight feeling, a little hunch there. I think that clipped the post then.
You're a fair way away.
Yeah, I think the umpire was closer, potentially.
You might have to check the replay there, boys.
I reckon you might need some glasses, Blake.
Got a spec
No shame in it.
You can check that one in your own
I
time,
don't
Blake.
think it did, but then again, the camera angle doesn't really support that it did hit the post because it was a little bit zoomed in, but that's all right.
So Rouser
Great
got the
camera
free
work.
kick from the centre. Kicks it into the pocket. Nick Can roves it onto the boot. Tumbling ball. Heading for Peters. Up go Donvale though. Rouser came down with it. Kick inside forward 50. Top of the goal square. Murphy got a hand to it and gave away the free kick.
And that's what I mean. He's the thing is with Murphy, you've got to try and outmaneuver him.
He's starting to get a little bit frustrated perhaps. Adam Cameron came home like a steam train for that one. Nearly intercepted it. Scooped it up with one hand as well, but it ended up in a tackle. Came to ground and there'll be a ball up. Good tackling by Connor Ryan.
It's getting a bit willing out there at the moment. Both
It
sides.
has, doesn't it?
And taking it out of the ruck was Zach Haig. Got the handball away with strength. Onto it was Lambert. And he sets it home. Another goal to Donvale. And they push the lead back out to 37 points.
Oh, Haig had goal side too and just pushed aside the opposition to get a bit of a run on there. He's been very impressive. In this
But that was
first
really
half,
good play by Lambert because I was actually watching him and he just followed the ball, and as soon as he got that 5 metre gap on either side and that little block from Hay, he got that crucial ball and was able to kick that goal.
Around the grounds, Blackburn lead Vermont 50-28. Baldwin handy lead over Norwood 59-18. Doncaster East a 24-point lead over Noble Park 44-20 as Roeville hold on by 16 points over
Tell
Berwick.
you what, they don't know how to win at home, do they, Noble Park?
No, not at all.
Still only the one win this season at home for Noble Park. As in the middle we go, it's a scrap, and we'll get this ball thrown back up. So Donvale 9-5-59. Lead Surrey Park 3-4-22. 16 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter as again another ruck gather for Zach Haig. How many has he had today? Sutherland was nearly pushed out of it, but wrapped up there was Nick Day by Nick Can. The two Nicks going head to head there. Well,
He's just got the ball on a string here, Haig, at the moment. He's just dictating terms.
he's dominating in ruck as Allison got that tap down, but Donvale sharked the clearance. Rouser looking in the direction of Matt Day. It's Mundy who did well, and seeing it through from behind was Lachlan Peters. Donvale moved to 9-6-60. Surrey Park 3-4-22. 17 minutes gone, second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They're just managing to hold Surrey Park at arm's length this quarter. The Panthers have gotten a couple back, but Donvale always seem to have the replies. The kicking goes onto the wing. Out the back was Goldsmith. He just fumbled it a little bit towards the boundary line. And I don't know about that.
No, neither do I.
Yeah,
I
stayed
think
in.
that- I think
I
that
reckon
stayed
that
in.
stayed in, yeah.
That was fully in. From the
Goldsmith
camera
unlucky.
angle at this side, Blake and Jono.
Wouldn't be for the first time.
But Surrey Hills will take it, though.
Surrey Hills.
Yeah,
Well, they're wearing the right
Well,
shirt.
they
Yeah.
are.
It's in New South Wales between everywhere.
Yeah, Surrey Park. I'll take it.
Tom Smith drew a free kick. Inside forward 50. And, well, no mark taken, but good hands out the back there. Now it's come to Ryan. Connor Ryan snaps around the body. One-on-one wrestle in the goal square. Was that holding? Otten's just going to hand it back to Pell on the last line of defence, and Donvale will escape with this one. Bit of a slip there, and another one there by Nick Day. So they're under pressure all of a sudden at Donvale. Surrey Park just fighting for it at ground level. It's going to be... Well, I thought it was going to be a ball up. Djordjevic, however, make sure it's not, with some pace, some speed, a little bit of skill as well there to Wignall. Tried to kick it off the ground. Scrappy bit of play there. Connor Ryan goes again. Rouser's in there as well. And the skirmish comes to an end with a holding the ball free kick going the way of Surrey Park.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side.
Well, I don't exactly agree with that one. I mean, it looked as if Wignall was just shoved in the back there towards the... I guess towards the beginning of that tackle.
So the kick went down the line, and mark was taken.
Summers.
And it was Summers. Kick inside forward 50, top of the goal square, and over the top came Garvin. Not Carvin, in fact. That was Lachlan Peters, I believe. It was.
And the thing is with Surrey Park here, they are working their butts off to get back into this contest. They're trying everything. They're moving the ball. They're trying to shift Donvale around the ground a little bit. But they're winning some 50-50s, which they weren't winning in the first quarter, Ryan. And they get another goal here. It improves the scoreboard for them. Gives them a bit more confidence.
This will be their fourth goal, and it is. Lachlan Peters scores it. I think that's his first goal for the year.
I think he kicked one last week, potentially.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. So Peters... puts it through, and Surrey Park now at 4-4-28. Donvale 9-6-60. We've just ticked a time on.
I'm glad you said that, Brash, because that's something that did not happen in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Those 50-50 contests, a few of them are going their way this time, and that creates more opportunities up forward because you're winning a bit more of the footy. And they just need a break. They need to kick two in a row.
If they could get another 2 goals on the stroke at half time, to go under 20 points down, you take that as a victory.
Anything under 5 goals, that's a big tick for Surrey Park.
As they might get this centre clearance. Allison got the tap down, but his opposing ruck, Nick Day, followed it up. It doesn't fall for James Rouser. Naidu with the bump. It's in the hands now of Joey Rogers. Goes deep inside 50, looking in the direction there of Burrell. And maybe there's the opportunity here for Surrey Park to go back to back.
That was the kick.
Rogers.
Excellent.
It was a fantastic kick.
I have been informed, and I've seen him in action, Joey Rogers. That was on display there. He's got an absolutely thumping left boot.
Burrell?
That is Hamish Burrell, who'll have this set shot from a slight angle around 10 metres out, straight through the middle. And there's a bit of hope out here for Surrey Park. It's still 26 points the margin, though. 5-4-34 the Panthers. Donvale 9-6-60.
Could have looked a lot worse, though.
Boundary side.
Just on Joey Rogers, Wardy, we got a good look at him in the 19s grand final last year. Probably one of the most deserving players to get a senior nod in Surrey Park going around at the moment.
And I will add, he did say, James Kenworthy, that he could have played last season, but he was just riddled by injury.
Back into play, and it's Allison to get the tap down.
Free
Whistle
kick to
gone
Surrey
straight
Park.
away. Surrey Park will take the free kick, and it's going the way of Lachlan Bacon. Sending it forward. Marking contest was a 0-0 draw. Heagney, however, roved it. And Donvale will take it away. Bowden is going to have to wait for it to bounce into his hands. Tackled as he kicked it. So it's a bit scrubby ball. Nick Can was first to it. He was tackled. Wignall, that's Luke Wignall out to Rouser. And inside forward 50. And Murphy was on his own. And he's going to be just within range, I would say.
Oh, this is Nick. This is where he made his name, Nick Murphy. This is his bread and butter from this distance. He's a lovely long kick, especially on the left foot. He should kick this. He's done it in the past.
So he's kicked 2 for the day. Sends it. He has sent it. Another response by Donvale, and they just keep making sure that this is a 5 or 6 goal margin. It's been goal for goal, and that has not been to Surrey Park's advantage.
Yeah, well, that's all they need to do, really. I mean, as soon as they, again, turn the ball over, and Murphy was all by himself, and that's where they've been caught out all day, where they just haven't been good enough in transition.
Just shows you how valuable it is to have a key forward that can kick a goal from 45, 50 metres out when you need it.
That's right.
So 66 plays, 34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Allison won that tap down. Garvin runs onto it, decides to go to this broadcast side, looking in the direction of Hayden Smith in a one-on-one against Heekney. It's Heekney who did really well, but Smith applied the tackle. Umpire will call for it. Forward of centre though for Donvale as they look to go back-to-back goals this time around. Allison with the tap down, looking for Connor Ryan. Instead it's Day, intercepted by Jasper Mundy. Just throws it on the boot in a one-on-one, looking for Robert Swan, I should say, and it's Max Odden who took the intercept mark. The former Blackburn and Templestone man, his kick was a decent one, he dragged it in there, did Luke Wignall, and he's going to be pinged. So he just slipped at the wrong moment there, did Luke Wignall, and the free kick going to go in the direction of Sam Naidu, and there's 25. So he was looking there for Jake Summers, who couldn't take the mark, but Sam Naidu is going to be marched right outside the forward 50, and this to cut the margin back down to 26 points.
In his range, Josh?
Oh, I mean, I doubted Tom Smith in the grand final last year. I'm a bit more confident in Smith, but I'm happy for Naidu to prove me wrong here. From directly in front, right on the 50-metre arc, gives himself a bit of an angle, and he gets it! He's proved me wrong again, Sam Naidu. And Surrey Park gets it within 26 points, 6-4-40. Donvale 10-6-66, 25 minutes gone, second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Rash, it's been a great quarter of football, high scoring, both sides have kicked all. Surrey Park kicked 5 goals, Donvale kicked 4. This is the sort of game we were hoping to get coming into the day.
Most definitely, and the other thing is too, I think Summers probably just needs, Jake Summers, just might need to, if the ball is coming into that inside 50 area where some of those players don't look like they get the distance, he should be just hovering around to take that handball.
So clearance, well, it was a smother by Rouser, bounced into Surrey Park hands, but Goldsmith now inside forward 50, high up and under ball, over the top, great punch by Haynes, but it's going to be a bouncing goal. They're saying it was touched. I think it's Braden Bowden, or it might have been Nick Day. Nick Day kicks his second. And Donvale once again get the answer. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, that was Nick Day, of course. And coming back onto the ground as we speak is Ethan Duncan. He's just coming onto the ground. So good news for Donvale fans, but yeah, he's had a big influence. Let's see how he can go.
32-point margin once again, 11-6-72. That's Donvale's score. The Panthers are at 6-4-40. We are at the Panther pit. It's the second quarter. We are well into time on, nearly 26.5 minutes gone on to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As back up go Allison and Haig. Allison won that tap down and the clearance too. Inside 50, looking there for Jake Summers. He might be pinged if holding the ball. He'll get a free kick himself, which the Donvale faithful don't like, as Summers wheels onto his right, sets sail for home. Donvale have the numbers, and one of those players, Maxi Odden.
Funny way he went to kick that, Summers. Instead of going straight back and having the kick, he's kicked it at an angle and cost himself distance there.
As on goes the dangerous kick. Did really well there to Cal Garvin, and the ball seen out of bounds for boundary thrown, Ryan.
Around the ground scores, Warrandyte in front of Oakley District, 5-10 to 5-9. Coldstream a 5-goal lead over Knox, and Ferntree Gully's lead's been cut back to 3 goals against Upper Ferntree Gully, 48-30.
So forward 50 stoppage for Surrey Park, but once again, Zach Haig, his kick was an errant one though. Connor Ryan getting it away to Cal Garvin, who couldn't spin his way out of trouble. Instead, it's Wignall who just thumps it on the boot. Murphy nearly took the one-handed grab. Peters slipped at the wrong moment. Turns it over to Tom Goldsmith. Heekney on the run. It's Hayden Smith. They just punch it forward through Surrey Park. George Haynes to Peters, who gets the high free kick.
Well, they're lucky they were under a lot of pressure there.
Under plenty of pressure as Peters goes in the direction of Lachlan Bacon, who's right in front of us. Down the line in the direction of Zach Stone, who took the sliding mark.
That's 25.
Yeah,
that has to be 25.
Yeah, it could be 25 now. It is 25.
What was he thinking?
Well,
He must have thought it was play on.
He couldn't have heard the whistle.
Yeah.
That was David Dutchy Holland giving away the 25-metre penalty there, and Zach Stone, the former Wanty South man, he's going to set Salva home on the siren. Doesn't have the distance. But there goes the half-time siren. It's Donvale with a 32-point advantage, 11-6-72, leading Surrey Park 6-4-40. Jared Beedland with the goal kickers.
Matt Day has 4, all in the first quarter, in fact. Nick Murphy with 3 for Donvale. Nick Day with 2, and singles to Ethan Duncan and Will Lambert. And over to Surrey Park, we have 1 singles for Sam Naidu, Tom Smith, Hamish Burrell, Connor Ryan, and Lachlan Summers. And we will be back after this with the halftime break. We'll be joined by the boys on the boundary line. See you after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
To the Eastland match of the round, it is Surrey Park taking on Donvale at Surrey Park Reserve. And at half-time, it is Donvale 11-6-72, leading Surrey Park 6-4-40. I'm Ryan Long, joined at half-time by our 2 boundary riders, John Van and Blake Tennant. Boys, very interesting game. The first quarter was dominated by the Magpies. We had that big injury to Jack McLaren, who came off in the ambulance, had time called off for about 20 minutes. We got back into play, and in the second quarter it was goal for goal, some exciting football. Surrey Park worked their way back in the game, Jono, but they could never quite get close enough because Donvale always had an answer.
Yeah, well, James Kenworthy, he clearly felt a change of momentum when obviously their man in Jack McLaren went down, and since then it has been a really good showing from Surrey. Now, considering the time of day at the moment, it feels like,
to be honest, it would be three-quarter time and the game would be almost over. But we're actually at halftime now. And Surrey is still well and truly in this game. There's a lot of feeling within the camp at the moment, and they're up and about, which is exactly what James Kenworthy wanted.
Absolutely. I would have loved to see them get within that 5-goal margin at halftime. But you're right on the money. They're still in this game because the way they played that quarter, Blake, was really really improved. They were winning a bit more of those 50-50 contests. They weren't as... they probably weren't as killed as much on the turnover as they were in the first quarter, which was a big thing. Still happened, but much better in that end. And then they're finding some targets up forward, getting some marks inside 50 and converting a few options.
Yeah, definitely, Ryan. Good call there. I thought another player that's really lifted, I thought he started off really slow to start the game. And, Jake Summers, when he marked that ball, probably where we were, that kind of lifted him up as well. And another player that's been heavily targeted all day, and he will for the whole year, is Tom Smith. He's another player that, started a bit slow. He's maybe got about the 10 or 12 disposals already, but he's having a real impact already, and he's hitting the scoreboard, which you love as a midfielder as well, which is good to see. And, there's numerous players that are lifting here for Surrey after that very slow start as well. And I'm loving this debutante that's going around at the moment, so it's good to see.
Indeed. One thing I note as well for Donvale is that now both days are into the game. But although we obviously started out with Matt in the first quarter, he kicked 4, and then Nick followed up with 2. So both of them are into the game. I'll ask you, Ryan, perhaps which of the two blokes comes out on top in the second half? If we're just looking at Donvale at the moment, which of the days do you reckon will have the more dominant second half, if they can get it to one of them, obviously, the Donvale boys?
It's an interesting one because then the other two are the big names of Murphy and Duncan, and Murphy was big in that second quarter particularly. I think Matt Day, they probably stopped targeting him as much in that quarter. It's one of those things where I don't know. I feel like all 4 plus a few others are going to hit the scoreboard, and it's going to be... I don't think anyone's going to kick you 10, but you'll have potentially one kick 7, one kick 5, that sort of thing, with the way they're going.
And I just want to say another impact as well that's having a huge one that hasn't really been talked about lately is Zach Haig. He's having a tremendous impact already for Donvale, giving them the first use of the ball, which is incredible as well. And, as we're talking about, it's basically been, Matt Day as well. And starting to also get into the game that I'm really looking forward to seeing as well. Like, we haven't really seen James Wheelser. Usually he's the first listed player that comes to mind for a Donvale point of view. He's like started a bit soft, a bit slow sort of thing, not being the presence that we all know from James, and as well. And it's basically...
that's a scary thought if James has got more to give. And they're already 5 goals up and kicked 11 goals in the first half.
You see it up here. I know I've seen it from down there. He hasn't really been It
depends if
he's played his role. He's played his role how he's needed to.
It probably depends if you want to put him to the standard of his absolute best. Then sure, he's probably hasn't been as strong, but I think he's still done enough. Yeah. So is Liardi, Wignall. They've got so many contributors around the ground, which makes them such a strong side.
One of the blokes we've obviously I wanted to keep an eye on throughout the day is, of course, Ethan Duncan, who has 1 goal to his name for just the quarter time. And we've actually got some news in as well that he has been he's been overtaken by Darcy Fritsch, who's kicked 5 so far against Knox.
Just before you say that thing about him, he has been off for 15 minutes, so due to a yellow card.
Well,
so
to be fair, he did have a goal in the first term, and that's all.
But I feel like he would have made just a little bit more impact as well if Duncan was on the ground.
It's just very hard for any sort of defence to stop that forward line. We're going to go to some scores around the grounds before we go into the second half action out here at Surrey Park Reserve. Rowville lead Berwick by 23 points at half time. Doncaster East a 23-point lead over Noble Park. Baldwin, very handy lead over Norwood, 74-18. Blackburn, that margin's been cut back now. They lead by 4 points over Vermont, 51-47. We'll jump into Division 1. Some games around the grounds. Bayswater versus Doncaster. Bayswater back in front by 2 points, 50-48. Beaconsfield lead North Ringwood, 44-28. Mitcham slowly making their way back in the game, 58-72. Murrelbach leading. Montrose leading South Belgrave is 70-38.
That's
all right. Well, that's a big result. Park Orchards 86, Wantona South 29. And jumping into Division 2 now, some games around the grounds. Eastfield taking on Ringwood, but they have a 14-point lead over the Redbacks. Heathmont, this is a big surprise, 71 to the Waverley Blues 27. That's a massive result there.
So you said Waverley Blues are on 27.
Correct.
Well, that is a very big surprise, isn't it? Because we've been talking about being shell-shocked all afternoon, and how shell-shocked are Waverley after last week? It's showing. It really is.
A disappointing result from their sake. Lilydale play Croydon and Lee. Oh, that's actually scores level now, so 42 apiece. That's a very tight game there. Mulgrave 59, Boronia 93. We haven't had any updates from Templestowe versus the Basin. Let's jump into Division 3. Obviously, you've got this game 1v2, but the other big game this weekend is the third versus four clash between Knox and Coldstream. As John alluded to, Darcy Fritch with 5 goals and Coldstream leading by 24 points over Knox. Ferntree Gully an 18-point lead over Upper Ferntree Gully. Oakley District back in front against Warrandyte, 46-42. And no updates yet from Fair Park versus Sylvan, but that has implications on the relegation race in Division 3. Jumping into Division 4 now for the senior men's competition this afternoon. Churnside Park 121 to Forest Hill 26. Not going to happen 2 times in a row. Kilsyth 14-point leaders over Croydon North Emlock, and Scoresby lead by a goal over Whitehorse.
Now, just before we finish up as well, the reason you said it's a bit of a shock that Montrose, South Belgrave, you saw Montrose, you were there.
We're not saying it's a bit of a shock, mate, at all.
Yeah, but you were a bit hesitant then. And,
very quickly, because we're going to go to an ad break.
Okay. It's not a shock.
Before we do go to an ad break, just to let the viewers know, if you are listening on Radio Eastern FM, because we had that massive break in play, which went for about 25 minutes. This game might go beyond that 5:15 mark. So Radio Eastern, it does cut back to the Radio Eastern studios at 5:15, but on the live stream we will stay on.
Will be resuming.
That is correct. We're going to go to a break here as we get ready for the second half action between Surrey Park and Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantona.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out here at Surrey Park Reserve. Third quarter of action just about to get underway, and it's the Vales that lead 72-40. Surrey Park just down to just one man on the bench. We've just gotten confirmation in that half-time that Tom Smith is out of the game with a broken nose. So a big mountain to climb for the Panthers in this second half if they are to get the job done against the reigning premiers. They'll look to make it 28 wins on the trot out here at Surrey Park Reserve and end Surrey Park's, 9-game winning streak with their last loss coming against Donvale. Jared Beanland to get us on the way in this third quarter.
So what can Surrey Park do? 3 down on the bench, up against the top team all year. They get the clearance through Bacon for this one. Bouncing ball, Rouser was nearly first to it. Powell going head-to-head with Summers. Ball at ground level, and it's going to be wrapped up.
In essence, they're 4 down because Burrell's got that corky and probably Harley is probably on one leg.
So back up we go and back down we go. Just trying to check out where Burrell is playing. I think that might be him playing out of the goal square potentially.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so
it's about the only place they could play him, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a hard task for the rest of the players for Surrey Park to run it out, but the endeavour is there. Hayden Smith spun out of the tackle. High ball inside forward 50. Great punch by Otten. And nearly fell into the hands of Wignall. Came out though. Scooped up by Garvin. Got the handball backwards. Just on the outside of the boot was this one, but it went pretty wide, and Summers contested for it. Pell couldn't do much about that. He got hands to it. And it's going to be Jake Summers to go back.
He needs to kick this goal, Summers.
You're absolutely right. If there any chance today, the two Summers are going to have a massive second half.
I mean, what's his name? Nick Murphy's done it for Donvale in the first half. Summers got into the contest in the second quarter, didn't hit the scoreboard as much as he'd hoped. This is his gilt-edged opportunity for him to hit the scoreboard now, especially when Surrey Park need him to.
He'll kick it from 51 out. It's on its way. It's going to drop short, I would say. Yeah, offhands and over the line for one behind. 6-5-41. That's Surrey Park. 11-6-72. That is Donvale. We've gone nearly 2 minutes in the third quarter here at Surrey Park Reserve. Division 3 clash, top of the table. Josh Ward to take it away.
He would have been listening to you too, Brash. We're that close down to the ground.
That's true.
Sutton takes the kick in. Far side to James Powell. He's definitely getting in my votes. James Powell been superb.
He has.
In defence, doing the job on Jake Summers, who's yet to kick a goal this game. Goes down the line. Can nearly took the intercept mark. He picks up the ground ball. Connor Ryan out to Hayden Smith. They've gotten some space. The intercept mark dropped there by Maxon, but picks up the ground ball, and there's a holding free kick going to Robert Swan.
Ooh.
Gee, that was late in coming.
Yeah, it was.
That was.
I didn't see anything that looked untoward,
Neither.
but look, those free kicks sometimes can be awarded a little bit late, depending on what position the umpire was caught in. Swan needs to, hopefully he can hit the scoreboard here.
The former Wooriellic and Templestone man come across to Surrey Park this season. This for his second goal for the Panthers, and he gets it! It's back down to 25 points, 7-5-47 Surrey Park. Donvale 11-6-72. 3 minutes gone here in this third quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
Gotta love the way they come out, Brash, and just hit the contest hard in the opening minutes this third quarter. They're down on numbers on the bench, but they're just not going to throw on the towel.
No, and I think that says a lot about this playing group as it is. I mean, they could have easily turned it up at quarter time and thought, oh no, things aren't going our way. Well, look, they outscored and won the second quarter by a point, so they're in front already in this quarter as well.
Another 0 draw from the ruck contest. Allison is doing well, but it's Harrison Giles to spin away from the clearance. Gets the kick inside forward 50. Murphy just Duncan outmuscles his opponent. And he'll go back and take a look at the chance for his second goal.
Every time Surrey Park look like they threaten on a double repeat going into the inside 50, Zach Haig just happens to always be that man, and that's why at the moment I've got him clearly in the top. He's in my votes at the moment, clearly.
The most prolific goal kicker for the year for Donvale. He's only got one so far. A far cry from his bag of 9 against Upper Ferntree Gully, but there's the second. And he opens Donvale's scoring for the third quarter.
And it's just, again, been the story of the day. Every time Surrey Park get one, Donvale get the next one back, and that's been impressive from them, and that's their tall targets up forward again.
And that's always, and put it this way, for as good as what Surrey Park have been in this season, every time they've been challenged, not only in this contest but in other contests, they still know how to win.
That's right.
They still know how to win games of football, and that's something that comes from within.
They've forgotten to lose. It's 27 in a row.
That's right.
They're well and truly on track to go 28 in a row, and that would make it the second longest winning streak in EFNL history.
Wow.
But Surrey Park will look to put a stop to it. Bacon inside 50, looking for Jake Summers, who can't pick up the ground ball. James Bell did really well. Goldsmith managed to get a handball away despite the Hayden Smith pressure. Pell now with this ball. Goes to centre wing. Cam with the fly. And the fly as well from Nick Day. Was 3 deep. Handballs it immediately. They look to go through the middle to James Rouser. The strong mark taken there by the Donvale captain. He goes deep inside 50. Mundy pushed out his opponent. And that was Nick Murphy. His opponent took the mark there. Did Jasper Mundy, been swung into defence these last couple of quarters as he looks in the direction of Robert Swan. Liardi pushed him out of it legally as Rouser got the short chipping ball to Nick Day, who's called to play on. Out wide he goes to Jake McCormack with the kick inside 50 to Murphy. And this is well and truly in Nick Murphy's wheelhouse. He can go back and kick, I think, what would be his 4th goal. They
always just seem to have numbers and numbers around every contest. I mean, there's always a minimum 2, then sometimes there's 3, and then all of a sudden you see 4.
You're absolutely right.
Just remarkable, the work rate, and obviously Surrey down to 1 player on the bench. There's Nick Murphy, goes short to Matt Day, who got a bit of space, and still a tight angle, but this time around it's on the right side for a right footer. Kick the full goals on return, all of those goals coming in that first quarter. The former Blackburn man, formerly on Essendon and the Northern Bullants, VFL, they're skiing from the tightest of all angles. 35 metres out, slow, deliberate approach, and it's through for a minus score. The Donvale faithful were getting up, but it didn't go through. 79 plays 47, 7 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Somewhat of a let-off there for Surrey Park, of course. On the kick-in, Garvin takes the mark. On the slow play, passes it back to Haynes. And he spotted Allison down the line, runs at it. Fell out the back for Luke Wignall, but over the line.
To be honest with you, I think James Kenworthy and his coaching staff, I think they missed an early call there. They needed to really get on top of Day early on in that first quarter, and I think they just allowed him too much latitude and didn't make the change.
Haig once again just straight out of the ruck, shrugged the tackle over to Bowden. Mark taken by Sutherland. He's done well playing on Caleb Djordjevic.
He has he?
And he bites off the 45 straight into the middle. Bounced out of the hands though. Great tackle laid. Yeah, that was well done by Jonathan Rogers, holding the ball.
Yep, you got to pay that.
Goldsmith had no hope of getting rid of that when Rogers had latched onto him.
He's shown plenty of promise on senior debut, Joey Rogers.
Definitely.
Yeah, they've just got to be a bit more clean here, Surrey Park.
Let's see what they can do with this one. Summers was coming from behind, didn't quite take it. Liardi there at ground level. Oh, Summers just scooped it up, picked the pocket and kicked the goal.
Well, That was the younger brother or the older brother or whatever you want to call him.
The younger brother.
The younger brother.
Lachlan Summers.
Lockie Summers.
Just kicks his second for the day.
Well done there.
And Surrey Park, the Panthers bite back once again.
They won't die wondering.
Again at that 26-point mark.
I know.
Just need to kick the next one. They have to kick consecutive goals.
It's almost like a mental barrier, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. If Donvale go down the other end, which we've seen this the last few times, and kick one, that just kills their confidence.
Yep.
Get it back. That's 20 points of margin. To have only one on the bench and still be within 20 points, that'd be huge.
Well, I'm spotting Lachlan Summers now going into the middle, which is interesting, to take on James Rouser.
Very interesting move as Haig got the tap down, but it's Surrey Park with the clearance. Ducking his way out of trouble there. That was Ollie Anderson, and Naidu was wrapped up by Lambert. We're going to get a ball up.
But they have to be inventive, Surrey Park, with their players. They can't afford to really be.
As there goes Tom Goldsmith. He goes straight through the spine. Garvin's about to run onto this. Handballs it away to Nick Can on his non-preferred left. Went off the side of the boot. Bounce doesn't favour Jordovic. It favours Sutherland, who got it to Cal Garvin. He rolled his ankles there in the end to Caleb Jordovic. As down the line, Garvin goes right in front of us. Summers again the spoil from James Pell. Stone on ground level. Out of bounds he goes for a boundary throw, and again another one-on-one win there for James Pell. Let's see if Jake Summers can respond in this quarter as we get this ball thrown back into play. Haig again was nearly wrapped up by Naidu as Summers got it to Garvin. Garvin goes inside 50 looking for Swan with the sliding mark.
Well done.
Under severe duress from Max Auden. And Robert Swan, who's been swung up forward, can go back and kick his second goal and make it a 20-point margin.
Well, Max Otten doesn't normally get beaten too often one-on-one. Swans run him around a little bit, and he doesn't like being... Max likes to play the game on his terms.
Could be a key move here.
It could be.
There's Robert Swan.
If he kicks this goal, wonder if that... let's just see how the Surrey Park boys... get behind him here.
As Swan from a 25-degree angle, 25 metres out, comes in now when it's to the right.
Oh, he's missed everything. Jeez. Oh, no.
Out of bounds on the fall. A chance gone begging for Surrey Park. 11 minutes gone, third quarter. They trail 53-79 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, they haven't dropped their heads all day, have Surrey Park, and I doubt that miss will do that to them just yet. As Donvale look locked in at the moment in their defence. Let's see what they have down the line. Luke Wignall was there. He just had someone come over the top of him. Lambert. Jordovic gets a handy little handball out to Haig. High ball inside forward 50. Murphy in a wrestle with Peters, and he takes the mark at ground level.
You're not going to beat Nick Murphy from behind on a one-on-one contest because he's still quick off the initial 5 yards. He's a man mountain. You're not going to get past him or punch the ball from away from him because he positions his body in a way that the defender can't make any impact.
He doesn't miss these either.
We thought Matt Day would be the danger early on. He kicked 4 goals in the first quarter. This will be Nick Murphy lining up for his 4th of the day. They've got danger men everywhere down there to Donvale. And Nick Murphy is the prime of them. Oh, he's just pushed it across the face of goal, and instead it's Duncan to take the mark. Hard angle to negotiate, though, for this one.
What are you going to do here, Ethan? You going to go the boo-na-na, or are you going to go the angle of the dangle left footer?
Well, they've also got to be careful to make sure there's no players loose that if he chooses to pass it off.
Yeah, they can't be ball watching here, Surrey Park. They need to be...
Someone needs to be within that 10 metre differential so he doesn't kick it.
So he comes around and hits the post.
Well, he nearly succeeded.
And that the Donvale faithful nearly erupted, and that post will continue to shake.
Had a bit of a workout, hasn't it?
It has. 27-point margin. Bacon with the kick, mark from the kick in, goes out wide to Ollie Anderson. Got Hayden Smith calling for it short and decides to use him. He's on this centre wing broadcast side. goes down the line, looking again for Jake Summers. Affected the contest, did Orson. On the ground there is Jeffrey. Pell, what a job he's done today. Rouser with all the composure in the world. Gets it to Zach Haig, who goes lateral, initiates the switch. The mark taken and the nice stance step from Adam Cameron inboard as they look to reload. Donvale looking in the direction of Murphy with the strong hands. They're ahead of George Haynes. Murphy goes inside 50, coming in from the side, Mundy. And the intercept mark taken there by Jasper Mundy in the goal square. Probably getting some nice words from the Donvale faithful there as he goes, looking in the direction of Connor Ryan. Rouser got the handball away somehow to Tom Goldsmith. He goes inside 50 because all by himself is Nick Day.
Gee, that is a good mark under pressure because he was besieged there by Surrey Park players there, and he's taken a really good grab.
As Nick Day, he's kicked the 2 goals, both of which coming in that second quarter.
I'd be looking forward Surrey Park, just make sure that he doesn't get a free handball off to anyone. Don't let a Donvale player come near him to take a handball.
As he's kicking from around it, if he doesn't dish off the handball. Thought Lambert was looking for the handball there, but he wasn't. He's kicking now from a 45-degree angle, about 40 metres out. Nick Day. And it never looked like missing off the boots. And there's the response again from Donvale. Back out to 33 points. 13-8-86 the Vale. Surrey Park 8-5-53. 15 minutes gone.
Good sides always have the answer, don't they?
Well, they've had the answer all day, Donvale, and that's the biggest thing for them is that you're not relying on one player to kick your goals. As good as Murphy's been, as good as Day's been the other day, Duncan, they just have too many options up there, and you just can't shut them all out.
No,
you just can't.
And, it's not like that some of the Surrey Park forwards haven't had opportunities. That they've missed a few gilt-edged opportunities themselves.
A couple from Summers too.
It's not time for Surrey Park to drop their heads. The handball was intercepted from that clearance. And wrapped up was War Boys.
We've got some scores around the grounds.
What have we got?
Bayswater lead Doncaster 58-56.
Might have to cut you off here, Ryan, as Summers sends it inside forward 50, top of the goal square. No mark taken. Bouncing ball. Donvale defence, Liardi. Well, he's under siege here, in trouble, holding the ball.
I think...
oh, look at him. This is the injured man, Hamish Burrell.
Well... look, sometimes those free kicks, you look at it and think, yeah, it's the obvious free kick you got to pay, but then sometimes you think, oh, well, this could be a ball up.
So he's kicked one with his injury. Can he kick a second? Oh, not quite. Missed opportunity for Surrey Park to just continue going goal for goal with Donvale.
32-point margin, 54-86.
Scores around the grounds. Beaconsfield lead North Ringwood by 11 points. 9 points by Murrabak over Mitcham. And Montrose big leaders over South Belgrave, 84-39.
Got the wood on them.
The wood on them now as Odden goes through the middle looking for Zach Haig. Dropped the mark. Zach Stone's there on the ground. As is Nick Can, who's wrapped up by Haig.
Well, Blake will be on the boundary line feeling really chuffed by that.
Don't give him a chance to tune out. I don't reckon he's got his headphones on down there. No. He's not reacting.
He's just having
He's just chilling out.
He's got to keep his mind on the job because he's got a big job at East Ringwood tonight.
As Warboys got it to Ryan. Ryan got it to Hayden Smith. Deeper inside 50. Summers. Pell got the spoil in. Stone looked to keep it in, didn't, and umpire will call for a boundary throw-in deep inside Surrey Park's attacking 50.
Pell's been excellent.
Other scores around the grounds: Eastfield 14-point lead over Ringwood, Heathmont 57-point lead over Waverley Blues, and Croydon 7 points over Lilydale. Try and make a
try and make the power rankings.
Yeah, try.
How's me 40 points looking at?
Oh, nearly from the clearance, Surrey Park. Oh, was it Naidu? Goal!
I think that's Stone.
It might have been Zach Stone.
Let's have a look.
It's an important one for Surrey Park to get back there in this late stage of the third quarter. We're looking at the replay right now, or we can go down to the boundary line to sort this out.
Well, I I can't exactly. I mean, does the vision show who it was?
It looked like Zach Stone off the boot.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
it was Zach Stone.
I mean, from here, that looked like your Tobin Brothers goal of the day because it looked like an absolute wobbler just out of nowhere and sailed through the big stick. So I'm pretty happy with that one.
Suddenly back to 26 points. Once again, let's see.
Again, got to get another one.
They
They've got to get 2 in a row.
They desperately need this next goal as Allison got the big tap down. There's a holding free kick going to Surrey Park, so they'll get that opportunity. Joey Rogers gets it on the boot, looking in the direction of Jake Summers.
They're making their move. They are really trying to make a move here, Surrey Park. I've been really impressed with Rogers in this third quarter. He's really lifted his work rate in the midfield, and that long left foot, he's raking some lovely balls into that forward 50 for his forwards to try and get on the end of.
There's Jake Summers to kick from directly in front. 30 metres out, the former Donny East man to give Surrey plenty of hope. And he does that. It's back down to 20 points now, 10-6, 66. Donvale 13-8, 86. 9.5 minutes gone here, third quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
And he's been one of the players, Rogers, who's had to stand up with Smith going out at half-time. Their midfield is lifted, their pressure's been so much better, and their ball use inside 50, they're using those targets, where Donvale is still doing that, but they're starting to do that themselves, and that's the one they needed. They needed 2 in a row. Can't give away a goal straight away and get it back out to 26. But if they can beat 20 points at three-quarter time...
Even another goal here.
Yeah, definitely.
They're not saying die, Surrey Park, but Harry Giles is trying to stem the tide. Sends it inside forward 50 for Donvale, and who is it going to be but Nick Murphy to take the strong grab.
Who is that man? Nick Murphy.
And if he hadn't marked it, there might have been a free against him because they were holding on to him. They're so worried about him. There's nothing you can do almost.
They're all over him.
They needed someone in front.
They're all over him there like a hot rash.
So we were asking for consecutive goals by Surrey Park. We were wondering if that would be something to go on with for them. Nick Murphy to just make sure that doesn't happen. And he's kicked Donvale's 14th, his 4th for the day. And he re-establishes that 28-point lead.
Well,
26-point lead.
It's been a very entertaining game since quarter time, I must say. Both sides are giving as good as they get here. And I think we're seeing the best of both sides now in terms of what they bring to the table. And put it this way, I'm liking what both of them are bringing here. It's just a shame that
they gave up the start.
It's just the start, yeah. And that's what happened last time for Donvale out of Donvale Reserve. They gave up the start. They still managed to fight back and get the win by 5 points. As we go back up in the middle, Zach Hagan, another tap down. Rousser runs onto it eventually. His kick was intercepted by Angus Sutherland, who's got Allison calling for it short. Decides to go to him. Plays on immediately, does Allison, because he's got Joey Rogers all by himself. Now, he's proven he's got a raking left boot. He could go for broke here. Decides to set it up, looking for Hamish Burrell. Summers from the side, nearly took the mark. He's paid it!
Yeah, you got to pay that. I reckon he had enough purchase on that. That's a fair grab.
That is a terrific grab. Ringwood Master Mark of the Week, Ryan?
Oh, definitely potential.
He's kicked it.
He's kicked it. He played on immediately, and Jake Summers has 2, both of which coming in this third quarter. And again, another response from Surrey Park. Back down to 20 points, 11-6, 72. Donvale 14-8, 92.
They keep coming.
It's actually been a very exciting game in the second and third quarters. It's been goal for goal. And they're 20 points, they're still in it, but you just know that Donvale go up forward again. They'll probably get another one through Murphy. McLaren, not having him down there is really hurting at the moment. But what a fight back in Rogers again.
Unbelievable.
Very good.
What will Surrey Park have left in the tank for the final quarter? They are down 3 rotations on the bench. It would be a magnificent effort for them to come back and retain a lead if they ever manage to get it. Naidu out of the centre, running for it like his life depends on it is Adam Cameron. Just tracking the boundary line, able to keep it in, manages to dodge Rogers, but his kick was stifled by a tackle, and it's a free kick. going the way of Surrey Park. They continue to press. Holding the man it was. And inside forward 50, mark taken by Stone. He's going to go for home here. Goal square, in fact. Oh, just over the head of the Summers brothers. But the tenacity of Surrey Park is on full display right now.
Well called there, Jared, because that's exactly what it was. Everything's on display right at this moment for Surrey Park. They are giving it everything they've got here.
They've got that belief back.
Yeah.
They certainly do. It's down to 19 points the margin. 73 plays 92. As on, his kick might be intercepted. No, it isn't. Adam Cameron with the strong mark. Plays on immediately because he's got to play all by himself in Caleb Jordovic. Corralled to the boundary by Sutherland, but managed to get a handball away. He gets the 1-2 from Harrison Giles. Inside 50. It was a dangerous kick for either side as Matt Day might run onto it. Jasper Mundy chasing him down, but sold the candy on him. Looks in the direction of Ethan Duncan. The intercept possession taken there by George Haynes. Immediately plays on to Cal Garvin. And Rouser manages to keep it in, handballs it off. Day's kick was smothered. Naidu might run onto it. He does. Goes down the ground. David Holland up against Joey Rogers. And it's seen out of bounds for a boundary throw in. 24 and a half minutes gone, third quarter.
They were defending like men possessed just then.
That's fantastic.
And Naidu is getting involved in nearly everything at the moment. He's trying to lift his side with his run and carry from that half-back line through the centre and through that half-forward region.
So back into play just in front of our boundary riders down there. Taken by Lambert, and he was taken in a tackle.
Scores around the grounds. Vermont in front by 14 points now, 68-54. Doncaster East back to a goal. The difference between them and Noble Park, them leading the lines.
Up we go again. Tackle laid by Connor Ryan, and it was over the neck. Jeers from the crowd.
I reckon they've had a fair go off the umpires today, Donvale. Wouldn't be complaining.
Well, Will Lambert, his kick, it was just broken up by Surrey Park, taken by Ryan. Kick towards, it's good punch over the top there by David Holland, but it's fallen out the back for Rogers. Ball in dispute, scooped up by Rouser. Handball to Cameron. And it's just safety in the minds of Donvale. Safety now attack from Lambert and Giles. He's always aggressive. He's got miles of space in front of him. Takes two bounces, runs to the arc. This could be huge for Donvale. It's just come off hands. Desperation on the last line on the first line of attack for Bowden, but it's going to be a ball up in the goal square.
Boundary.
Let's go to Blake Tennant in a second. We'll see the result of this ball up. First of all, it's just going to be punched over the boundary line, over the goal line. In fact, one behind to Donvale. Blake Tennant, what have you got for us?
Yeah, just an injury update for Surrey Park. Not great news considering what's going on down there with the rotations. Lockie Bacon. Bacon, number 27 is just coming off little ginger at the moment. We'll report.
As the kick in from George Haynes, it finds the hands of James Pell. Inside 50, he goes to the right forward pocket. Haynes is there to pick up the intercept, gets it away to Sutherland, who turns it over. Heagney got past the couple, nearly handballed it to himself. He did. Got a handball away to a very dangerous spot. Nick Murphy all by himself, spins around and gets the goal.
They shouldn't have allowed that to happen there. They should have tried to run that ball out of bounds there, Surrey Park. That was really poor marking.
Boundary.
And that's 100 points now for Donvale. 15-10-100. Surrey Park 11-7-73. 27 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bedigo Bank scoreboard. Down to John O'Van on the boundary.
Yes, indeed, Wardy. There's your 100 brash, and we're talking pre-game about which side would get the 100, and well, it did end up being Donvale at the end of the day, and just continues on their merry way for the Magpies.
Yeah, they've hit their average, Jono. You're correct.
It does feel like this is the last quarter because time-wise it usually would be.
It's sunsetting.
And score-wise too for the games we've usually been seeing. But there's still another quarter
The
to
way
play.
Surrey Park are going, they could kick 100
They
too.
could. They certainly could.
So back into the centre. It's back to a 27-point lead. Difficult task still for Surrey Park as the clearance. It was Rouser, now Bowden. Inside forward 50, Donvale. Nearly a strong mark taken. He appealed for it, but it's Duncan. Jordovic from the pocket, and they get another one, Donvale. They are not to be resisted.
That's a fantastic finish too.
That is.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Tough angle. It has to be a contender for it.
He escaped Sutherland for the first time today.
And I don't know if this is another free kick towards Donvale.
Yeah, look at those supporters behind there. They're pumped. Looks like another free kick. Someone's got a yellow card.
Yes, yellow card, boys.
Someone's being waved off.
Just trying to find the number
Is
as
that
we
Ken?
speak.
I think it
It's
is Ken.
And someone is limping onto the
Are they
field. Is
gonna
that
have
Bacon?
anyone-
I think they basically got 16 fit players on the field, and then you've got Bacon and Burrell.
Yeah, Nick Camp, boys, yellow card.
Well, Nick Cam was really... They had actually shunted him out of the contest in this quarter. Donvale, they did a really good job on him. He hasn't had no influence. Now the question's going to be asked of Surrey, what have they got left in the tank? Right before three-quarter time, they can't afford to give up any more goals.
That's right. One back up into the ruck, got it down, but only to Giles. Burst away from the centre clearance. It's Angus Sutherland, though. It's Caleb Jordovic who gets it on the boot. It's just drifting to the right and rushed through for a minor score by Lachlan Peters.
Well, put it this way, I got Giles in my votes at the moment.
Definitely.
He is dominating in the midfield.
Yeah, he's been big this quarter. That's another centre clearance. There's been about 3 in a row.
He did that in the grand final last year in the second half, Giles. He just ran all over the joint, kicked some valuable goals too.
So Surrey Park, that team's being held together with sticky tape and chewing gum at this point. Kicks it inside into the wing position. Mundy.
I think you
tackled by Cameron, and that's about it, I think. No, ball up.
Dodged the bullet there, I reckon.
Definitely.
We're nearly half an hour gone in this quarter, so we've had a couple of long quarters. One abnormally long, of course, because of the injury to Jack McLaren. But forward they go. Pushed out of it was Rogers. Thought that was an infringement. Surrey Park say it doesn't matter. We'll run on with it anyway. But the tackle came. Well laid by Adam Cameron. Ball up. Surrey Park. They need at least one more goal this quarter. Otherwise, it just seems a bridge too far. But Haig just delayed the handball cleverly. Rouser to run onto it. The ball sat for him. Hands it off. Bounced by Goldsmith. Running straight through the field, just as Giles did not long ago. Good punch away from Duncan. And it's been scooped up. Garvin gets the handball to the man running on the outer side there. Takes a bounce. He's looking for options inside forward 50. There's plenty there. And they just had to raffle it, the two of them. But the mark's been taken by Jonathan Rogers.
Well,
he's such an important kick on this siren.
It is. And it's been 5 goals, 3 apiece in this quarter. Would you believe it?
Remarkable.
This will bring the house down, boys, let me tell you.
I tell you what, this young man has had a massive quarter for Surrey Park. He's given it everything, and he should be rewarded here for with a goal.
Well, let's see if he can't get his first of the day in the most important time you could think of. He's done it! Look at the Surrey Park boys get around him. And that is representative of the hope that they've got in this final quarter. Josh Ward, who've been the goal kickers.
So for Surrey Park, it's 2 each to Jake Summers, Lachlan Summers as well. Singles to Jonathan Rogers on debut, Zach Stone, Connor Ryan, Hamish Burrell, Lachlan Peters, Robert Swan and Sam Naidu. For Donvale, it's 5 goals to Nick Murphy, 4 still to Matthew Day, 3 to Nick Day, 1 to Will Lambert, 2 to Ethan Duncan and 1 to Caleb Jordovic. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, bring you the final quarter of action out here at Surrey Park Reserve between the Panthers and the Donvale Magpies.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round action out here at Surrey Park Reserve. It's the Panthers who trailed Donvale 79 to 107. Ryan Long, do you have scores around the grounds?
We do. We're still waiting on this one, but apparently Ringwood have beaten Eastfield by a point. Ooh. We've had one person out of the ground say it's full time, another person says the game's not done. So we'll follow up on that one as the day goes on. Heathmont, big winners over Waverley Blues. They're 108 to 36. That is a massive result. Try to get your head around this one. Croydon by 4 points over Littledale. That's still going, 57-53. Baronia 49 points up over Mulgrave, and Templestowe 21-point winners over, or 19-point winners over the Basin. We'll follow those scores closely in this last quarter. Ball big winners over Norwood by 84 points. Doncaster East finally got a win, 20-point winners over Noble Park. Roval big lead over Berwick. And Vermont, 21 points over Blackburn. They look to be home as we go boundary to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's just with Kevin Cullens. Kevin, interesting third quarter. You know, they came at you really hard then, and then you just later on in that third quarter. How did you judge that third quarter?
Yeah, it was a really good quarter of footy because everything we threw at them, they were able to throw back at us. So we end up just... it was an arm wrestle, and they won that quarter, but we had a little bit in reserve in terms of the score at half time, so we're still in front. But yeah, it's a tough game, contested ball. We win it this quarter, and just getting it down the forwards and get the score on the board.
You talk about, your tall targets as well. Nick Murphy, who's having an unbelievable game. You touched on maybe about going a little bit more to him, more than, obviously you got Duncan as well. Is that something you're going to try bringing this last quarter as well?
Yeah, well, we've got Matty Day as well, so we just got to we can't become too predictable, and so I think a couple of occasions we're going longer and not lowering our eyes, but when we lower our eyes, we're able to get goals. So we've just got to lower our eyes and just pick the option that's going. So we're lucky enough to have Matty Day out there as well. So we just use the options. We just don't want to be one-dimensional.
No worries. Enjoy the last quarter and all the best.
Gents, before we get back to you, the feeling is very lively down here at the Surrey Park camp. James Kenworthy's asked the young kids to lead the way and use the crowd to spur them on, and it's just a very exciting vibe down here. So hopefully, for their sake, they get up. Big last quarter to come. Let's do it.
See what happens in this final quarter. Can Surrey Park come from behind and knock off Donvale? We're about to find out. Jared Beanland to get us underway in the last.
I wouldn't want to be this man. Allison going up against Hagen the last quarter, especially with no rotations left for Surrey Park, but he's done well. Taps it down, but Donvale will get the clearance. Heagney, who's been quiet in the past couple of quarters, got the kick, and it's going to be another stoppage. So what can Surrey Park manage? to bring back this 28-point lead. They need to kick 5 goals unanswered. Garvin now out to Rogers. Bouncing ball inside forward 50. Summers, he's got to scoop it up. He had to be quicker than that. Bacon is in there. Snap round the corner. Oh, just on the last line of defence. They're going to shovel it over Donvale.
We got
safety first by Ben Jeffrey.
We've got a surprise result, Ryan. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, man, I'm eating.
Sorry, Fair Park have got up by 5 points, 80 to 75. So congratulations to them.
That might mean they move off the bottom, off the table as the kick in looks for Caleb Jordovic. Connor Ryan at the fall of the ball, got the handball away looking for Sam Naidu, who's got Ollie Anderson as an option. Goes straight through the middle. It's intercepted by Zach Haig. Harrison Giles running through the middle, got the handball away. Heagney just forced the punch forward. Liardi got a back handball to Giles. They're moving this really well at Donvale as they go deeper inside forward 50 in the direction of Ethan Duncan, who's up against Lachlan Peters and sees it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So we'll have this ball tossed back into play around 25 or 20 metres out from the Donvale goal line. They lead 16-10, 106 to Surrey Park, 12-8-80. We've played a minute and a half in this final quarter. As Naidu gets the clearance, just chucks it on the boot and turns it over. Intercept mark taken there by Matt Liardi as he looks for Nick Day and James Rouse. Day will be paid the mark. And it's a big mark and a crucial chance early on here for Donvale to get the first goal on the board, Brash.
Yeah, final score at Pioneers. Scoresby have come out winners, 13-6-84. Pioneers 9-8-62. 22-point victor there, Scoresby.
So they respond from their early season defeat. Do Scoresby out at Whitehorse to get the job done on the day the Pioneers celebrated their 70th anniversary. As in the meanwhile, Day goes straight through the middle. And that is a bit of a blow early on for Surrey Park. Donvale back out by 32 points, 17-10, 112. The Panthers 12-8-80, 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes gone, final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He's kicked 4 goals, Nick Day, and yet I can't find him in the pace.
There's going to be a lot of stiff players not making that.
There is.
He's in the best 6, but I mean he's kicked 4 goals, but he's done a power of work in the midfield. Really, this is Donvale at their very best. We're seeing the best side here with what they bring to the table.
Haig tried to get the secondary tap, but no, it came to Garvin. Now out to Allison, finds the handball out, now to Rogers. Just a high spiralling ball to the top of the goal square. Who's there at ground level? It's going to be, Naidu tried to come in, got tackled heavily, and Donvale will rebound out of defence. Nick Day, who just kicked that goal, finds an option out wide. It's Goldsmith, and now Rouser takes a safe mark. He's got an option forward, and it's Matt Day. Juggling mark. He's managed it. So this will be the old 1-2 punch at the start of the final quarter for Donvale to see Surrey Park on the ropes.
Tired legs might be starting to kick in here for Surrey Park.
Yeah,
definitely.
so. But the thing is, let's take nothing away from Donvale, because at the start of the day, right, they knew that they were in for a challenge, and they needed to respond and show this division that they are the top dog, and at the moment they're showing it.
Nick Day threw the first punch. Matt Day the second. That's his 5th. He is having a day out. Special comments from the crowd.
He's in the wrong gig.
I think he's... obviously that first quarter he was such a prominent target. Probably they chose to go different areas and as he said, not be as predictable. And they've done a very good job. And then when you need him again to pop up, he does.
He's absolutely able to, yeah.
I've got some scores around the ground, some final results. As Brash said, Fair Park winning by 5 points over Sylvan. Ferntree Gully 45-point winners over Upper Gully, 99-54.
Back up in the middle we go. Allison, the tap down and the clearance. Once again, done a decent job in ruck for the second half, but his kick was intercepted by Maxon, who goes out wide to Jake McCormack. Took the mark ahead there of...
Hardly sighted today, Jake McCormack.
He has been very quiet as goes the true centre half forward. Goldsmith, the mean the sandwich. Surrey Park have the numbers now around this stoppage. They handball it out through Stone to Allison, looking there for Cal Garvin, who corrals will lamp it to the boundary line, and we'll have this ball thrown back into play around 65 metres out from the Donvale goal. They lead by 38 points, 118 to 80. 5.5 minutes gone in this final quarter.
Coldstream 41-point leaders over Knox.
Yeah, that's a big surprise.
It's been
big surprise there.
That's a bad loss for Knox.
So the first and third best sides in Division 3 showing why they're in those positions, Ryan.
And Oakley District final score defeated Warrandyte by 12 points, so boy do they need that one.
They needed it, but it's pretty unimpressive.
No, it's not convincing.
Definitely.
Some scores in Division 1. Mitcham have come from behind, 103 to Murrelbach 85.
Wow.
That's a big win.
Beaconsfield 78 to North Ringwood 46. Bayswater 90 to Doncaster 62.
Mitcham showing character there.
They certainly are.
And Montrose look like Montrose will be getting the victory this afternoon. They've taken the big scalp of South Belgrade.
Nick Day's kick up to the inside 50.
I haven't heard him for about...
He's been surprisingly...
I'm happy for him to say that.
And in the meanwhile, James Rouse got a free kick inside 50. Nick Day with the set-up kick to Ethan Duncan, who can go back and well and truly slam the door shut out here at Surrey Park.
To be honest with you, gentlemen, the last thing that, as brave as what Surrey Park have been, I don't want to see them getting beaten by 50, 60 points here because they've run out of legs.
Right.
I don't think that's a real accurate reflection of how well they've played this afternoon. But Duncan, once again,
gets the goal. 3 goals for Ethan Duncan.
That's 50 for the year for him.
19 for Donvale on the day as well. It's 19-10, 124 the Vales. Surrey Park 12-8, 80, Ryan.
Those Montrose scores 109 to 64 over South Belgrave, and Park Orchards 131 to Wanturna South 63.
And Josh will still have his choice after this performance.
Oh, really?
I don't know what you actually cut out when you said that.
Oh, not after this performance, Blake. If you ask me,
That's handy radio mic censoring right there. Whatever he said.
Rouser tried to spin through a couple of tackles over to Bowden, upended. Another ball up.
Oh, big result out the LSO. Lilydale have won by 2 points.
Whoa.
59 to
Yeah,
57.
Upsets galore in Division 2.
Croydon, I don't know what's happened to them. They haven't had an impressive game, in my opinion, since the one against Baronia.
You're right, Jared.
Yeah, that's fair.
Goldsmith out to Giles. Giles having to fight for it, though. Back to ground level. Bowden met heavily. Now Rouser out the front of the contest. And a bouncing ball inside forward 50. Trying to break it up there for Surrey Park. That was Anderson. But Donvale will retain possession. Out to Murphy. Deserves a goal, doesn't he? But towards the goal square. Duncan! Four goals to Ethan Duncan.
How are you going to do your votes?
Oh, jeez.
I think Haig has to be in consideration too. He's been fantastic.
I've got
his kick that
definitely
set that up.
Yeah.
I've got him as best, Haig.
I think
he's got my.
Actually,
my vote.
can I split my votes into 6?
Just one vote for each.
I want to give
6 players.
You should do the old school 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 brash maybe today.
Maybe you might have to do that. Maybe from now on. Definitely.
It's a 50-point lead when we were thinking Surrey Park might be back into this.
We got
Ryan, you got some more scores.
Final score at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Vermont 20-point winners over Blackburn, 87 to 67.
Ooh.
Big win from them. They've come from 4 down, Vermont, this afternoon.
All right, they might be 5th in the power rankings now.
No, remember what I said, Jared?
What was the South Croydon score, actually? Oh, that's this evening. Okay, we have to wait on that.
Here's the score. A 22 to zip, South Croydon lead East Ringwood.
Okay, never mind.
That's a great start here for South Croydon. As Surrey Park, they're going through the middle. Jake Summers taking the mark on true centre half forward. Can go back here potentially. Decides not to. Goes around the man on the mark. It might have the legs. It doesn't. Max on with the mark. But,
I wonder if the timekeepers might apply the mercy rule and have us finish at 5:13.
That'd be nice.
That would be lovely.
And we'll just give our quick best on fares and then wrap up the broadcast.
As Mark Son took the intercept mark and goes short. I'm with you though, Brash. Why not finish the game early?
So, some of us booked plans thinking this game would be over by 5:15.
Booked.
Yes.
It's a forward 50 stoppage now for Surrey Park. Maybe they can get another goal on the board here, but it's blown out to a 50-point margin. Donvale putting the foot to the pedal in this final quarter is Zach Haig. The rubber kick on the ground in the end. Sutherland with the tap, finally in the direction of Harrison Giles as Duncan is limping. He's in a 2-on-1. It's Haynes who juked him.
I reckon he's done a hammy there, Duncan.
He might have done the string there, Brash.
He doesn't look in all too great a shape there, Ethan Duncan, and that would be a bit of a loss there for Donvale as they get this ball back. The intercept mark taken there.
I'd be taking him off now as a precaution.
He's walking very slow, boys.
The two of them are sitting by themselves at full forward if this ball goes over the top.
Well, Surrey are trying hard not to. They give it up now as Jasper Mundy up against Nick Murphy. Murphy got the tap. And Peters, he nearly threw it for a minor score, but it's a 51-point lead, 131 plays 80, 11.5 minutes gone, final quarter, Bendigo Bank's scoreboard.
I think that's about as fast as Ethan Duncan can move right now, unfortunately.
It's one of these games where if we had done this on Sunday and went through without watching it, we'd have no idea what to say. This has been such an odd game, hasn't it?
It has. It's been one of the strange ones. Yeah, I think the negative aspect of it has been the attrition rate. We've seen so many injuries, especially to the Surrey Park side. But now Ethan Duncan, one of the best players for Donvale, you don't want to see him, ping a hammy or anything like that, especially when the game's done.
They almost need the yellow footy, boys. It's pretty hard to see out here.
It's getting dark, isn't it? So that's Kyle Heagney, tackled, managed to somehow get the handball away to Rouser, shares it with Luke Wignall. Rouser back to the top of the goal square now, one-on-one situation. Duncan still has power in the legs to kick it behind.
Maybe he was faking that hamstring
I don't think so.
No, well, I don't know. Players start to look a little bit more sprightly when the ball's in his area.
Actually,
he's not.
Look at him right now.
He's not in a good shape.
This game will be a very interesting talking point for the weekend recovery tomorrow, because I think there's going to be quite a few different points of view here.
It certainly will.
You've got to break the game up in about 6 different
sections.
It's been several chapters of a game.
Smith's kick is intercepted by Max Odden, racking up the Premier Division ranking points, and the disposals in this final quarter is Big Maxi on. As in the meanwhile, Donvale go inside 50. There is Duncan, not paid the mark. He still gets a shot away, but it's out of bounds.
The one thing we can say about Surrey Park, they haven't died wondering. They've thrown everything at it, being undermanned.
Boundary.
You wouldn't want to. You won't be giving up on them for the rest of the year just because of this loss this afternoon. They've really performed with distinction under great duress.
As the ball tossed back into play, we'll cross down now to a Blake Whispers Tennant.
Nick Cant coming on the ground right now, of course, from that yellow card incident that appeared early on in the game.
So not moved too far, but Luke Wignall might get a chance to kick a goal. No, it's Ethan Duncan. And he might get a goal with an injured leg.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty decent effort from Ethan.
How many is he on at the moment?
4. 2 in this final quarter as well.
Yeah.
And if it possibly weren't for the final, for the time he was
I
spent.
reckon both sides might benefit from a walk in the beach tomorrow morning. Get rid of that lactic acid.
Duncan kicks the goal in the meanwhile. 58 points the margin. 80 plays, 138 out here at Surrey Park Reserve. The Vales, well, they're going to have the second longest winning streak in EFNL history. And
who have they got next week?
Not 100% sure, actually, but at this rate, they're well and truly on track to remain undefeated.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Josh,
at least they got another 34 to go.
Boys that are working out the back there, do you know what is the longest winning streak? It has to be
Vermont 61.
Vermont 61.
There you go.
So they got 34 to go, mate.
Good luck, Donvale.
That's about another 3 seasons worth of wins.
Yeah, they'd have to be in Premier Division by the time they actually do that, I think. Anyway, out of the centre, once again, Donvale. Just bouncing the ball, completely eluded everyone until it hit Murphy, but he was being worn like a glove. Worn like a glove.
I think if
something
you had
like
to,
that.
If you had to
cheap,
pick the
cheap
best,
suit.
Cheap suit, that's the one.
if you had
All
to
over
pick
him
the
like a
best
cheap suit.
forward of Donvale, I'd still go with Murphy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, out of the ruck and out of the clearance, it was Matt Day. And just standing underneath it, though. Surrey Park, it was all them. Now over to Hayden Smith. Going to take it for a bit of a run. Kicks it to a contest. It's mostly Donvale. They win it out. James Powell over to Djordjevic.
Gee, he hasn't done much wrong, pal. I got him my votes.
Oh, definitely
I
for
can't
me.
do the votes.
Djordjevic kicked it inside forward 50, and the mark's been taken. Looks to me it's like it's Luke Wignall.
As you said, they got. You look at the Donvale squad. They're very, they're solid. They're very well, really good, mature, built footballers, right in their prime at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you look at Surrey Park, and they're probably 2 seasons away in physical development, Jared.
Definitely, yeah. It's an interesting comparison of profiles between these two teams. And Luke Wignall kicks his first for the day.
Gee, they've had a lot of individual goal kickers today.
That's 7 now for Donvale.
Yep, that is excellent stuff there. He's been a prolific reserves player for Donvale recently.
The margin's blown out now to 64 points. So,
well,
look, it's like I said, it's when you can't look at this game in isolation and say, oh, gee, that it's a bad loss for Surrey Park. You've got to understand the circumstances surrounding this contest.
You're absolutely right.
Yes, back up in the middle we go. Giles looking to run onto the clearance. It's James Rouser that does. Can around this ball. Rouser back out to Day. Back to Rouser. To Giles. Danced this way past Zach Stone and goes deep looking in the direction of Zach Hay coming in from the side. George Haynes. Mundy wrestling against Matt Day there, but umpire will call for it.
Just on that Ringwood Eastfield result, that was a full-time score. 6-8-44 Ringwood defeated Eastfield 5-13-43. Season over for the Rams.
Possibly is, as Peters had an option short in Ollie Anderson. Goes in the direction of Lockie Summers, who picked it up cleanly, but turned it over. Nick Murphy, he could go for goal from here, decides to set it up because he's got Matt Day all by himself. And this for a chance for goal number 6 on return for Matt Day. And
once again, Nick Murphy could have easily turned around and thought, oh, I'm going to go for the big glory hunter type goal, but he played the percentages and kicked the ball to a player in a better position to kick the goal.
So Matt Day, the former Blackburn man, can go back and kick 6, his second goal of the term, and he does. 80 plays, I think 150 it is. So they've nearly doubled Surrey Park's score.
I know.
And it's just based on the first and final quarter.
70 points, yeah.
It's just I don't think. I think they'd rather forget about these first and final quarters, Surrey Park, as we go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, I've just got a question for you, Brush. You do a lot of the numbers and, you do a great job with it all and all that. But how many times have we seen Donvale score over 100 points? Because this is getting ridiculous. I think it would have to be over 17, 16, around there, that mark.
This season alone, Blake, this is the 7th game out of 11 that they've kicked over 100 points.
It's truly remarkable, isn't it?
It is.
And this is probably the highest score that Surrey Park have conceded in a very long time.
And they're playing against the side of Surrey Park, who's averaging 100 points a game this year as well, Blake. So, yeah, look, it's an impressive performance which way you're looking at it.
Chance for Surrey Park as Allison took it straight out of the ruck, but Donvale defence were all over it. Bowden was the target, but he was beaten to it by his man. Donvale able to work it out pretty easily, though. Towards centre half forward. It's getting really dark at this point. We didn't expect it to go this late, the game. So it's definitely got a different feel about it now. Inside forward 50 for Donvale. Scooped up, however. Surrey Park doing well.
It's like the Twilight Zone, isn't it, Jared?
No, it is. Heagney shoved over the boundary line by Hayden Smith, and we'll get a ball in just in front of us.
And another one as well, boys. Can we see this as the grand final preview? That's another question.
I still think so. I still think this is.
I definitely think so.
Yep. You can't see Coldstream maybe climbing up.
Nah.
And it's probably going to be another result altogether as Donvale come inside 50 again.
Higney, the former Baldwin player, kicks it to a 2-on-2 situation. And Matt Day is scary, isn't he, boys?
And he's laughing about it because the ball actually just fell into his lap there.
He's kicked 8 goals for the reserves this year. He's only played 2 games in that. This is his first senior game for the year, and he's just about to kick his 7th.
He's getting better service than what you guys got at Blake's 21st in the bar.
Well played, Brash. Well played.
That day comes in, and we hear the same pun again.
I thought it was pretty good service, Brash, as well.
It was very good service, and it was a very good speech by you as well, Blake.
Not from what I heard, Blake.
I actually can't repeat what he said on air, boys.
Long wait for drinks there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Unless you got on the VIP line there, boys, down the back there.
Well,
fact check, false.
We've lost our marbles out here at Surrey Park. 156 Hose 80.
If you want a score around the ground, South Croydon 34, East Ringwood zip.
The only other game going on right
now.
now.
Ray Baird's gone the early crow. We've got a new challenger here, Coldstream. On what I saw today of Leapfrog Surrey Park.
There's no
Ray?
Leapfrog?
Yeah, leapfrogged.
You said fog, not frog.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant. Well, Ray's on tomorrow morning, isn't he?
He is on tomorrow morning. He'll talk all about that result.
Well, I tell you what, he better have some good points to justify that statement.
So Robert Swan will have this headshot, a true centre half forward. This remarkably the first goal of this quarter for Surrey Park from outside 50. And
it's a
there.
goal.
They get it though, and Surrey Park have a goal. 13-8-86. Donvale 24-12, 156. 22 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're just about to run out of potentially run out of time. For those tuning in on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, if you want to continue listening or tuning into this game, you can tune in on Facebook and YouTube.
The Facebook and YouTube version won't have Ryan Long on it, however.
Unfortunate. How unfortunate.
I've got an important gala tonight.
Just heard your comments, Brash. Surrey overrated.
Oh, jeez.
That's a big call, Raymond.
Are you going to take that, Josh? I think
in the left corner.
I think we now know Ryan's actually gone to go bash him up.
Are we still on the air?
Yeah, we are.
On the streams,
There'll be some words with Ray tomorrow.
We're not advocating violence either. It'll be a verbal exchange of words.
Verbal exchange. Let me clarify that.
It won't continuously be called the Ray Baird Memorial Studio.
No.
Angry Ray's back, boys.
So it's been in the Donvale forward line for a little bit. It's kicked by Robert Swan onto the wing. Scooped up by Max Otten. Gets the handball inboard. And across the ground go Donvale. Adam Cameron takes the mark. Steps around Nick Can. Over to Holland, who's had to fight for his position in the Donvale team. And why not? They're full of stars. Coming out aggressively to meet the ball was Mundy. Still got a bit of a spring in his step. And Giles, who had an explosive third quarter out of the middle, takes the intercept mark, finds Holland on the wing. Donvale will build from here.
Gents, just a quick one. How many goals for the quarter?
That's a great question.
I
think that's 9 goals.
Yeah, so at least going into the half an hour territory, maybe even more.
And apparently the official ruling has been that Jack McLaren, unfortunately, did break his leg this afternoon. So hopefully for Jack, he makes a speedy recovery. And I'm sure his mates around Surrey Park will get around him and hopefully have him back around soon.
I can think of one mate of his who will get around him at Surrey Park.
Joshy.
Thanks, Rash.
The voice of football, dug by, I think... Alex Digby, I think he called you the voice of football.
I think let's move on. Let's focus on the game at hand out here. Zach Haig is literally just going to walk inside 50 and
kick the goal
first. He's kicked his first, Zach Haig.
Deserved one, that's for sure.
He definitely does deserve one. 162 plays 86. I'm just doing the quick math in my head. No, they have. I was about to say they might have potentially doubled, but they
76 points there, Josh.
76.
Boundary boys.
Yes, Blake.
Yeah, so when I was in the huddle with Kevin Collins, he did allude to that he wanted an 8-9 goal finish at the end. So I think he'll be a very happy man, and he'll have a good sleep, that's for sure.
I think we sort of did predict this, guys, that there was going to come a time where Surrey Park were going to hit the brick wall, and that's happened probably 10 minutes into the last quarter.
Yeah,
the damn wall busted.
How are we going to go for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, boys? Because as it stands, we've got 38 goals to pick from.
Guess what? We're carrying it over to next week. We're not giving it. There's too many good ones.
Rouser goes forward. Luke Wignall out of his hands. Jasper Mundy was able to rove it off the pack and rebound from defence. And the mark taken well down the line. That was Connor Ryan, got an aggressive handball forward, broken up by Goldsmith. Turns this way and that. That's a high ball. Could be lost in the darkness here. And there goes the siren. Dirty day for Surrey Park. The attrition took their toll, but Donvale, how powerful is this team? There's a reason that they are the top of the Division 3 ladder, and they are not going to budge anytime soon. 25-12, 162, a walloping of the Panthers. 13-8, 86. And should we go through the goal scorers?
Oh, there's plenty.
Yes, there's too many.
It might take another 20 minutes to do that.
But the major goal kickers, we'll go through them. Nick Day with 4, Matt Day with 7, Ethan Duncan with 5, Nick Murphy with 5. For Surrey Park, it was just the 2 to Lachlan Summers and Jake Summers as well. So we might see if we can get an interview. We'll only obviously have a couple of minutes left, but do we want to briefly do our 3-2-1?
Yeah.
Let's Brash.
3 Haig, 2 Pell, 1 Giles.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Brash. As much as there were so many players to choose from, that's genuinely how I would have put it.
And apologies to the 2 days, Nick Murphy, Ethan Duncan, and probably the rest of the Donvale playing list this afternoon.
I'll give 1 vote to Nick Murphy, but 2 votes to James Fallon, 3 votes to Zach Haig. So it's going to be Zach Haig with the Sports Go Eastland best on ground, as it looks like Blake Tennant and John O'Ven looking to trying to get a couple of interviews for us. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I think we might actually have to move it on to next week. I'm trying to think of
maybe
Caleb Jordovic. There was a good goal on the run.
Really good by Jordovic.
Yeah. And that was his only goal. So Caleb Jordovic.
We'll give him that.
As we cross down boundaries, or we'll cross down boundary side now to Blake Tennant and John O'Ven, who have Matt Day and Nick Murphy alongside
Yes,
them.
we do. We do have the 2 superstars today. I think if you add it all up together, Nick kicked 5 and I think Matt Day kicked 7. So 12 goals between these 2 superstars down here. Now, we heard it in our effects, Mike. It was a day out, that's for sure. You want to just talk about that? You know, first game back in a while, so you must be feeling pretty confident about that display of the way you played.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was, obviously a little bit of nerves coming back for the first time this year, but we knew it would be such a big contest and a great game, and really proud of the boys for having a really good hot crack and finishing off really strong. So it's really positive.
Fantastic stuff today, Nick, and obviously the floodgates opened after the unfortunate incident. What was going through the team's head after that happened, and how did the mindset change?
Yeah, it's not good to see. I really hope that the guys are all right. I guess we sort of said that, if it was one of our players, I can only imagine what we would have been saying around, making sure that we get up and do it for him and everything like that. So we knew they were going to come out pretty hard and I mean, they had a fair crack in that second quarter, so I think we were lucky to kick a few cheapies probably in that second quarter to sort of halve the contest, and then, we were able to kick away late.
Just one more before we get into the song for you, Matt. Surrey Park, I think they're definitely up there. They're going to be up there. That's definitely what's going to happen. Do you feel like they're a hunting team, and you guys are going to get the hunted this year? Won the premiership last year, and do you feel that way coming into the business end of the season?
Yeah, definitely. No, they look like a young list and really hungry. They're not shy in how they play the footy. They run through the middle and really try to attack it. So it's it's going to be a great challenge for the rest of the year. But we're feeling really confident, which is good, and just really proud of the boys in this effort.
With a team like yours that obviously wins a lot of games and has done so along the journey, what do you take from a big game like this, and how do you go about it for the rest of the season?
Yeah, no, it was good. We've been up for this one for about 4 or 5 weeks. I've been looking forward to it. I'm just. It was obviously disappointing that we didn't get to go up last year, and I think everyone at this club decided that we were going to stick together and we were going to make a real fist of it, and I think we have so far, and 10 weeks to go.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for the chat. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thanks to Jono Ben. Before we get to the MEGT Rookie of the Day, Brash, do we want to go through some final scores?
Yeah, final scores. Let's start at Premier. Roval 11-15, defeated Berwick 6-3-39, so Roval by 42 points. Doncaster East get a win, a valuable win down at the Bull Ring. They won by 20 points, 12-13-85. Noble Park 10-5-65. Big 84-point win to Balwyn, 16-19, 115, defeating Norwood 4-7-31. Vermont get back on the winners list this afternoon against Blackburn. Vermont 13-9-87, defeating Blackburn 9-13-67. So Vermont by 20 points, and in the late game, South Croydon have opened up a big 40-point lead over East Ringwood in the early stages of this game. It's South Croydon 7-5 to East Ringwood 1-1. Let's move into Division 1, where we have Bayswater 40-point winners over Doncaster, 15-12 to 9-8. Beaconsfield, 25-point winners over North Ringwood, 11-12-78 to 8-5-53. Yep. Mitcham come from behind victory to win by 18 points against Mooroolbark, 15-13 to 13-7. Montrose, big winners this afternoon by 45 points over South Belgrave. Montrose 16-14, 110. South Belgrave 9-11-65. Park Orchards 59-point winners over Wanturna South, 19-20, 134. Wanturna South 11-9-75. Moving into Division 2. East Burwood have lost 5-13-43. Ringwood 6-8-44. 1 point victory there to Ringwood. Heathmont, big winners this afternoon by 72 points over a disappointing Waverley Blues. 15-18, 108. Waverley Blues 5-6-36. Lilydale pulled off the big upset of the round in Div 2. 2 point winners over Croydon. Lilydale 8-11-59. Croydon 8-9-57. Boronia went on their winning way with a 62-point victory over Mulgrave. Boronia 21-16, 142. Mulgrave 12-8-80. And Templestowe 9-19, inaccurate kicking 73, but they did enough to beat the Basin 8-6-54. Let's move quickly into Division 3, and obviously we know the result out here, but Fair Park get one of their first wins for the season, the second win I believe, with a 5-point victory over Sylvan. Fair Park 11-14-80. Sylvan 11-9-75. Ferntree Gully, big win for them over their local rivals Upper Ferntree Gully by 45 points. Ferntree Gully 15-9-99. Upper Ferntree Gully 7-12-54. Coldstream, bit of an upset down at Knox Gardens this afternoon. They took out Knox by 27 points. Coldstream 15-7-97. Knox 10-10-70. Oakley Districts get back on the winners list with a 12-point victory over Warrandyte, 10-13-73 to 8-13-61. And final score here was Donvale 25-12, 162, defeating Surrey Park 13-8, 86. And Josh, finally, in Division 4, 3 games played this afternoon. Turnside Park, 104-point winners over Forest Hill, 2016, 136, defeating Forest Hill 5-2-32. Kilsyth, a 14-point winner. Emlock pushed them all the way this afternoon, 13-14, 92. Croydon North Emlock 12-6, 78. And in the battle of Springfield Park, its Scoresby come on top this afternoon. They won by 22 points. 13-6, 84. Whitehorse Pioneers 9-8, 62. Josh?
So certainly some interesting scores from across the divisions. Plenty of discussion to be had on the weekend recovery tomorrow. And one final thing, not the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. We've already given that to Zach Haig. $50 Sportsco Eastland voucher going his way. And a $50 Calls of My gift voucher also going to Caleb Chorterbeek. But the MEGT Rookie of the Day. So the players eligible for Surrey Park: Angus Sutherland, Chris Allison, Tom Smith, Jasper Mundy, Hayden Smith, Nick Can, Lachlan Peters, and I think Jono Rogers is also eligible since he's or Joey Rogers, I should say, since he's an under-19s player for Donvale. Caleb Jordovic, Tom Goldsmith, Ben Jeffrey. I'm going to go with Joey Rogers. I thought he was impressive on debut.
Well, I was going to say, I was scratching my head to try and think of who would win this, because there's quite a few options. Yeah. We don't have Joey Rogers highlighted. So
I think he plays under 19s. Yeah. He plays under 19s. So
I think he's the obvious pick, actually. Yeah. He played really well.
Yeah, I can't go past Joey Rogers. He was absolutely brilliant. And, we saw some great moments from him last year in that 19s grand final, Wardy. And it translates to senior footy like absolute clockwork. Just incredible stuff from him. So deserved winner, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Chris Allison fought hard in ruck, I have to admit.
Yeah,
he was I think a sort of a pretty close second, you could argue. But Joey Rogers got a $50 Bunnings gift voucher going his way. So that'll do us out here at Surrey Park Reserve. Thank you to Ryan Long, doing a great job on special comments. Blake Tennant has had to dock off, maybe to a party in Ringwood. John Event doing a great job on the boundary for yourself.
Sorry?
Doing a great job on the boundary, Jono, and on pre-game.
Thank you very much. No, I thought you were asking what I was doing after this.
No.
To be honest,
Are you going to Ringwood?
He's going back down to the boundary, apparently.
No, because I was just like, oh, geez, Ryan's doing something, Blake's doing something, I'm doing nothing. Thanks for asking. What an incredible afternoon it was. Commiserations to Surrey Park, but let's do it all again next week, boys.
Yeah, and Wayne Brasher doing a great job on special comments as always.
Thank you very much, Josh.
And Jared Beanland, a pleasure to call alongside you once again. Unfortunately, this is your last game for a while. You're heading off to Europe.
Absolutely. It'll be 6 weeks off for me. And, I'm still looking forward to the finals series. I'll still have my power rankings if I get some downtime in the hostels and such. We'll see how it pans out.
Just sit on the train like mate.
That's probably the best way of doing it.
You spent all of
the train Wi-Fi.
That's all we saw back in, when was it, 2012, 2013? It was Brash saying, I'm on the bullet train going from wherever it was, Munich to
he's the fastest man on the planet. He's the fastest man on the planet. He'd have got there, rabbits.
The thing is, back in those days, he had better signal than we did. Actually, screaming.
I wish we could keep going, Lee. To be honest, this is fantastic.
But unfortunately, we do have to close out, and our best wishes as well to Jack McLaren. We hope it's a speedy recovery, and to the McLaren family as well. Hopefully, all ends well for Jack. As that does us for the Eastland match of the round. Donvale winners, 162-86.